are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Category 5 Hurricane Melissa is churning toward Jamaica.
Winds now 185 miles per hour. Overnight, it was sitting at 175. We have gusts way over 200 miles per hour.
CBS Philadelphia meteorologist Andrew Kozak. At least 7 deaths in the Caribbean, including 3 in Jamaica, are blamed on the big storm. U.S. military says it hit 4 alleged drug boats in the Pacific, killing 14 people, leaving 1 survivor. CBS's Charlie D'Agata.
Secretary Hegseth said that this is going to be a daily occurrence. We have to point out where these strikes took place. He said 3 strikes, 4 vessels. 2 of them were hit with 1 strike.
Amazon said today it will cut about 14,000 corporate jobs as the company wraps up spending on artificial intelligence. Day 28 of the federal government shutdown, people at airports feeling it again with more than 1,000 flight delays. Air traffic controllers are working without pay. CBS News Brief, I'm Steve Kathan.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny this afternoon with a high in the mid to upper 50s. Clouding over this evening with a shower late in the low 40s. Partly sunny with an isolated shower on Wednesday with a high in the mid 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler.
Gary McNamara joins us now. I think that you will know his voice because he's a frequent guest on our beautiful Melissa in the Mornings show. And he joins us now because Kristen Okeson, our fair leader here at Connoisseur, has recently taken on the position of chairman of the board of the Family Justice. I'm going to say it wrong, but it's the organization that's a wonderful organization against domestic violence in Connecticut. And Gary McNamara is on the board. He's also on the board of Sacred Heart University. He's also the former police chief of Fairfield. Hello, Gary. Welcome to the Lisa Wexler Show. Hello.
Hello, Lisa. And yeah, thanks for having me. It's the Center for Family Justice right here in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
So, and I know that you've been actively involved in public policy. I don't know if you had a chance to hear me talk about the new revelations of the arrest warrant in the Mimi Torres case, the little 11-year-old. And just getting into the details of her aunt who was very much a part of her life, and this is just a very specific piece, right? Her aunt was given an 18-month sentence for basically almost killing a toddler. You talk about breaking a femur, bludgeoning a skull, eye injury, hemorrhages. I mean, the injuries went on and on. She gets an 18-month sentence and only serves 8 months. Gary, what do we know about sentencing guidelines for child abuse?
Well, there are none. I mean, ultimately it's going to be up to the judge to sentence, and whether or not somebody serves that accurate sentence, we know that that's not usually the case. I mean, usually it's a smaller, they serve less time than they are sentenced to, generally in most cases, and then they're put on some sort of a probation. And once they're on that probation, it's very difficult to track from there.
Why don't we have sentencing guidelines? Have they ever been recommended for cases of child abuse?
Lisa, I'm not really clear whether or not we've ever had those discussions. I'm not sure. I mean, somebody else might be better knowledgeable about that as far as how we handle some of the child abuse cases. We do a really good job with tracking sex offenders. I shouldn't say really good job, but there are things in place for sex offenders so that when they become on a list, there's certain criteria and people can understand that. But for child abuse, I don't necessarily know whether or not it's ever been considered to make mandatory sentencing part of any law or regulation.
Yeah, it's I think you're right. I think it's something we ought to consider because these cases are chilling. They're so awful. They're beyond comprehension awful. And it gets to the issue a lot of times about how we seem to. So the reason, I'm going to back up a little bit. I asked Gary McNamara on today. The reason I asked him on is because in a very short article about this killing that occurred several days ago in New Canaan, the circumstances, the bare bones, what we know is a 56-year-old Laura Williams appears to have died from a very violent trauma to her head, which is being described in newspapers as bludgeoning. But the weapon that was used is up for speculation. We really don't know. And we know that her son, Sebastian, was arrested. We don't know the domestic circumstances of the crime. In other words, Laura Williams, the only person we heard from was an ex-husband. The father of Sebastian is not described as Laura's husband, ex or otherwise. We don't really know about the family, but we do know that the Lieutenant DeFelice, who was representing the New Canaan Police Department today, said this: as this incident is domestic in nature, no further information will be released, said in an email. And Gary McNamara, you were chief of police of Fairfield. You're in the world of understanding family justice, etc. Why would a police chief say that, as this incident is domestic in nature, we won't be releasing further information? What's that about?
Yeah, I don't know why why that would be the reason for not releasing the information. I can certainly understand, having been involved in various investigations, that certain information for different reasons might not be released. Obviously we know investigations are ongoing and there's certain things that they want to find out, but I don't know whether, and that might have been the case for this, but I don't know whether there's any real significant reason why, because it's domestic in nature, there would be a reason to classify that I don't want to give any more information out because of that. I'm not really clear on what that would be, and whether or not, whether there's other reasons behind that would keep that information out, because we know that October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and areas of the state, all around the state, are holding candlelight vigils and recognizing the fact that we've lost several people to domestic violence this past year in the state. And we've seen in the last few weeks people killed in domestic violence situations. This is a perfect opportunity to get the message out, to share the details, to understand that domestic violence happens in all of our communities. It's not just in other places. And it really is a good opportunity to get some details out so people can understand maybe the warning signs or see something in a friend, a relative, or someone that they want to try and help. And there's certainly some resources out there that can help them.
Well, I'm glad you said that, Gary McNamara, because it definitely made my eyebrows raise. Because and as you said, just to put an even finer point on it, this is not a juvenile. In other words, there are reasons sometimes where police have to be mum. We have laws that protect juveniles. We have laws that protect juvenile identity. We have a different standard of criminal justice for juveniles. So that I would get. But when someone is 20 years old, I think that even more so, the public would benefit from knowing as many details as the police know. Like, why keep anything back?
Yeah, and again, I don't know whether or not there's another reason beyond just that it's classified as a domestic violence case. I don't know that to be the case, but I do think, like I said, that the more information out there, the better in these cases, because number one, it shows transparency and trust, and not that the New Canaan Police Department is not transparent and trustworthy, but sometimes these cases bring a lot of attention and people want to know more because they really want to understand. People want to understand because these are shocking cases. Shocking. You mentioned the girl, the young child who was starved to death.
Oh, I can't.
People want to understand it. We can't make sense of it. It doesn't make sense that a kid would kill his mom. And we want to know why and how that could happen, and whether or not there was something that a red flag or something that we could have done to prevent it. That information will come out, as the case in with the young girl is coming out. The warrants will be out there. Details will come out, but people just want to know. They want to know they're safe. They want to really understand how this could happen to a mom or how it could happen to an 11-year-old girl, because these cases don't make sense, and information sometimes allows us to process it a little better.
And, because of this, we're chatting with Gary McNamara, former Fairfield police chief. Because of this, we in society, all of us, and I think our laws, we make allowances for family violence that, in my opinion, we should not make. Now, we do this because it's complicated, because we know even though children are abused, they very frequently love their parents. It's reflexive. And so the children themselves end up making allowances for their parents' behavior. And the cycle of abuse sometimes doesn't really stop. Sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't, because people's heads get warped, right? If you're growing up in an abusive situation, sometimes you repeat that violence because you don't know any other way or whatever. But I think that we have to erase the stigma and bring sunlight into it, and by doing that, I also think that we can't always make allowances for parents and families that commit violence against each other and spouses and partners because they are domestic. Do you know what I'm trying to say, Gary? In other words,
I do.
Sometimes I think we just bend over backwards to keep a family together or whatever it is, when really we have to end the abuse.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, these cases, a lot of times they build behind closed doors. And when you get a door that's open or some way to shine light on it, we want to make sure we get that out there. But I will say this. These cases are hard on police officers as well. And what was described in the brutality of this mom's death is tough on police as well. And sometimes it's not necessarily that they're trying to not shine light on it as much as it's just I don't know. It just might be something difficult for them to process, and they're certainly looking at the information they release and processing scenes. So it could be hard on them. But I'll bring up one other point, Lisa, which is important. It always has bugged me. The concept of a murder-suicide. And we see those a lot in domestic violence cases, to your point of just like kind of brushing it off. There are times in domestic violence situations where police respond to a house and there's a death or two people have been found in a house. And, they process the scene, state police come down, crime scene comes down, and then it's classified as, it's just a murder-suicide. And it always bothered me because, no, it's a murder. A spouse oftentimes will kill his or her spouse, and then ultimately they kill themselves, but it's still a murder.
Yes.
We have to get over this fact that just because they're family related is that it's somehow not any less important and serious. And that's why we have the awareness efforts in October and throughout the year. The Domestic Violence Crisis Center in the New Canaan area works with law enforcement, as does the Center for Family Justice in Bridgeport area. So there are groups and partnerships that work together to try and shed light on this, that respond together to try and prevent it. But I think it's important that we get as much information out as possible so people can start to understand it.
Well, and also when it's a murder-suicide, I'm remembering a particular case. We're chatting with Gary McNamara. You may have been involved in this tangentially. I think that the murder happened in Milford, but the daughter lived in Fairfield. The daughter ended up becoming a client of mine years later in private practice. Her name was Laura, and her mother was killed by her husband, who was not the daughter's father. And she also, and the suspect, the killer, also tried to kill the German Shepherd. You might remember this because there was a big hullabaloo about the dog that was also trying to save the family, and the dog was shot. And the mother was killed. The father hanged himself. I think he hanged himself after killing the mother. And anyway, it was a terrible case, and I'm forgetting the last name. It was very notorious. It happened about, I think, 15 years ago. And the thing is that when you have this murder-suicide, what you also have is the public sort of deflates because there's nobody to blame. There's no criminal trial going on. It's sort of like these mass terror incidents. Oh, they killed themselves. They offed themselves. Well, I guess now we go on to the next thing. And yet you're right. We don't really mourn properly the person who was murdered. Do you see what I mean? You know what I mean?
I do. And even with this, with we can't make sense of a son killing his mom and just saying, oh, it's just a domestic violence incident, and because there's no threat to the public. That's the first thing.
Right.
There's no threat, and it kind of gets dismissed off, or not intentionally dismissed, but because there's no threat, the community begins to relax a little bit and say, wow, that's terrible what happened in my neighborhood or in my community, my state, but it's not an ongoing threat, and it's not a threat to me, but it is it occurred in a family, which is the last place you would expect violence to be committed against another person, is in that core family group, and that's really at the heart of why we're trying to do something about it.
What are the statistics showing, Gary McNamara? How are we doing in Connecticut?
Well, I think we're doing pretty good. I think that the Connecticut Coalition Against Domestic Violence is really the mothership that oversees all the other member organizations in the state, and they're the ones that kind of keep that are the resource for people that are involved in domestic violence situations. Law enforcement is obviously a resource, but when law enforcement responds to a call for service of domestic violence, they can partner with these 18 agencies throughout the state, these member agencies throughout the state, and refer domestic violence victims to them for other services. Because law enforcement's response is really to respond and resolve. We're not necessarily built to engage for long periods of time on an ongoing basis with one person.
Right.
So I think that but I think that all of the member agencies within the state have seen an increase of demand on services. Demand for services, for counseling, for housing. There's a lot of people that look to get out of these relationships, but they just don't have anywhere to go. So I think overall, while we're shining light on it, the demands for services throughout the state is certainly increasing.
63,000 calls to DCF in 2024. 36,000 was substantiated. It's a lot.
Yeah, it is.
It's a lot. We're still a small state. It's a lot. No matter how you look at it, it's a lot. It's a lot of cries for help.
Yeah, and we've seen that there's some work and improvement that has to be done in the way in which we keep track, especially as it relates to DCF and some of the children that come into their radar. And if they meet if they completed their case and the case kind of seems like it has been resolved, it isn't necessarily followed up on. I don't think they have the staff or resources to do that. But we've got to find ways to make sure that they don't fall they fall victim to these type of cases, and that's and we've seen that happen.
Yeah, I'm going to let you go in a minute, but we're chatting with Gary McNamara. You were the former police chief in Fairfield. In that role, was there a particular instance that you remember where you were frustrated because you knew that you had a certain role and position to do, but you felt that other parts of the system were failing you and were failing the family or the case or the victim?
Lisa, I didn't. I always looked at it as in law enforcement, I always looked at it this way. I could always focus on the things that aren't working and get frustrated at some of the things. We can have a total conversation. One that comes to mind right now is firearms and the firearms board because, and fire permits, because I remember a case where, we'll talk about that at some point. But so firearms permitting, the police are responsible for that, and we make decisions on that. If people are denied a permit, they can go up to the state, and a board will determine whether or not they should get the permit or not. And I remember one in particular that I denied it, and they went up and the state granted it, and I just kind of took exception to that. But as the police chief, I always looked at, I can spend my time looking at what's not working or spend my time to look at the things that are working and try to continue to fix those things that are not working through the efforts of the Fairfield Police Department. And that's really what I focused on.
Well, thank you very much for joining us really on this short notice. I was, just as a recap, we've been talking about two cases in the news. One is Mimi Torres, 11-year-old, the little one who was found in a dumpster with decomposed remains, and the people closest to her are being tried in terms of being held responsible for her death, which include her mother, her aunt, and the person her mother chose to live with them. And then the other one is this case that we really know very little about of a 20-year-old boy who's alleged to have done something to have bludgeoned his mother to death in New Canaan. I want to thank you, Gary McNamara, for joining us today. We hope you come back on the show.
Okay, you got it, Lisa. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny this afternoon with a high in the mid to upper 50s. Clouding over this evening with a shower late in the low 40s. Partly sunny with an isolated shower on Wednesday with a high in the mid 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's October 28th. Two notable birthdays today. Microsoft founder Bill Gates.
Hello, I'm Bill Gates. In this video, you're going to see the future, Windows.
And actress Julia Roberts of Mystic Pizza fame.
Don't worry about me. I'm going to be slinging pizza for the rest of my life. The best pizza!
The #1 movie on this day in 2000 starred George Clooney in The Perfect Storm.
An event took place that had never occurred in recorded history.
Mayday, mayday, mayday!
October 28th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Hurricane Melissa has made landfall in southwestern Jamaica as one of the most intense storms on record in the Atlantic. The National Hurricane Center's Michael Brennan.
Expecting widespread 15 to 30 inches of rainfall, already seeing pictures of flooding. In the Kingston area, isolated rainfall totals could be as high as 40 inches in locations, producing catastrophic, life-threatening flooding, numerous landslides in these areas. So just a catastrophic situation playing out here for Jamaica.
And meteorologist Andrew Kozak tells us it could last for some time.
This is going to continue to linger. I mean, this is a storm that you could walk quicker than it was actually moving, and that was the rule for the last couple of days.
And while many decided against heading to shelters, some students were hunkering down at a technology university. The school's president, Kevin Brown.
My primary worry is really for the students who are on campus now, because we have around 200 students who decided to remain on the campus. They're in the halls of residence. We have an auditorium where some are also staying.
Israel has lashed out at Hamas for lying about the remains of a hostage that was returned. Israel's prime minister has ordered strikes in Gaza. Reporter Kevin Gardner.
Hamas was due to hand over the 13th of the dead Israeli hostages, but forensic tests carried out by Israel proved that it was actually the remains of someone who'd been recovered from Gaza more than 2 years ago. And the response we now see are these powerful attacks. The way Gaza Strip is, with such an intensely packed population, it's hard to believe there won't be civilian casualties.
It is the most serious test yet of President Trump's peace plan. The U.S. has destroyed 4 more alleged drug-running boats off Mexico's west coast. Michael Wallace reports.
In a post on X, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the strikes in the eastern Pacific Ocean killed 14 suspected drug traffickers. A lone survivor was rescued by Mexican authorities. The U.S. military has now killed at least 57 alleged traffickers in the Pacific and the Caribbean in the last 2 months.
Air traffic control absences are continuing to snarl flights as they miss their first full paycheck amid the government shutdown. Some controllers were picketing at Boston's Logan Airport with stories about the hardships of their co-workers.
So he's the sole provider for the family. He's got 4 kids. He's living paycheck to paycheck, and now he doesn't know when the next paycheck is going to come. So he's worrying about gas. He's worrying about food on the table. He's worrying about his mortgage. Those are things that controllers shouldn't be worrying about when they come into work.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are higher after a round of strong earnings report. The Dow Jones Industrial's up 327 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A charge of illegally disposing of a body has been added against a man accused along with a woman of killing her 11-year-old daughter. The body of Mimi Torres Garcia was found in a storage bin in New Britain that was allegedly dumped by Jonathan Abel Nanita. He and Carla Rosalie Garcia are accused of abusing and neglecting the child and causing her death last year. They are both charged with murder with special circumstances. Westport police are charging an 18-year-old and 3 juveniles in connection with the recovery of a stolen car. 18-year-old Jermel Elmore of West Haven and 3 juveniles are all facing charges of larceny of a motor vehicle and conspiracy to commit larceny of a motor vehicle. Elmore is also facing additional charges, including illegal possession of a firearm. Westport police say a ghost gun was found in the glove box of a Toyota Scion that had been reported stolen out of Brantford Saturday. Officers said the 4 suspects cooperated when asked to exit the vehicle. Elmore was unable to post bail, and the 3 juveniles were released to the custody of their parents but will appear in juvenile court. A young boy has injuries after a collision between his bicycle and a vehicle in Bridgeport. Police say the crash was reported yesterday on Broad Street near Linden Avenue. The boy was taken to the hospital for treatment of injuries that include a possible broken arm. The vehicle involved in the incident remained at the scene, and the driver is cooperating with the investigation. And a business icon was honored in a bridge dedication yesterday. David Bigelow, who passed in 2023, was a major figure in the Fairfield-based company Bigelow Tea, and the bridge located next to the company's offices on Brewster Street now carries his name. The dedication ceremony was attended by numerous state individuals. Bigelow Tea CEO Cindy Bigelow spoke with WTNH TV News 8 about her father's impact on the community.
Well, I actually look out from my office and see this bridge every day. And to me, this really is going to reinforce this amazing connection that he had with our community.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound roadwork, exit 3 down to the state line. Left lane is out. 95 southbound, more road work. In Stratford, exit 33 down to 31. Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound side, paving from Route 34 going up into Hampton. Stay to the right to get around them. On 91 northbound side, road work exits 15 through 17, and 84 westbound, you have it exit 7 through 4. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a shower late and a low in the low 40s. Partly sunny and cool on Wednesday with an isolated shower and a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So, because we seem to be in this constant political cycle, whether it's locally for cities and towns, whether it's statewide here in Connecticut, or whether it's national, we have to start with this. Because there's a couple of ways I want to look at this, one with a sigh of relief and one that poses a serious question. So we're glad you're with us today at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Is there any way possible, not today, because today is the 28th of October, 2025, but about 3 years from now, say in late October, early late October, early November of 2028, in the next electoral cycle. This is a simple question I have for you. But it doesn't have a simple answer. Well, to me, it has a simple answer, and I'll explain that momentarily. But simple question for you today. In 3 years from now, late October 2028 till the next presidential election on whatever election day is, November, whatever, I should have looked it up. But I didn't. First Tuesday after the first Monday. 3 years from now, would America be ready to elect an openly gay president? And I say 3 years from now because 3 years is an eternity, and sometimes things change in an eternity. And I want to start with this because it's interesting, and if you remember, back to the Biden days when I was doing this program, at the end of 2019 into 2020, when Mr. Trump lost to Joe Biden and we had the Biden years, what did I keep telling you about? Pete Buttigieg, who has done a lot of TV, continues to do a lot of TV, and unfortunately or not, the label of, the gay guy, and I say that, not saying that myself, but you hear that from a lot of people. Let's be honest with who we chum around with sometimes. We all know people that aren't of the most, shall we say, advanced thinking on these things. And a lot of people would say, yeah, well, there's a little inference there that whatever, as long as he's not in the White House. And I kept telling you back then, hey, this guy's good. This guy set aside his personal life, which for a lot of people they can't do. We'll get to that momentarily. But the guy's good on television. Now, you could say his policies weren't good when he was a mayor from South Bend, Indiana, out there in Notre Dame country. He wasn't exactly loved by a lot of the public servants, but he's still referred to as Mayor Pete, whatever. It's all cute. But I kept telling you folks, I said, watch for this guy because he's just good on camera. He's good at explaining stuff. He has that it about being, and Barack Obama had this too. Every president has it to some way, shape, or form. Some have it a little, some have it a lot. Bill Clinton had it. Ronald Reagan had it. Trump, he tries, but you wait for the inevitable sledgehammer. But having said that, in 3 years, once again, I'm not going to ask now because who knows what will happen in 3 years. But in 3 years from now, late October to early November of 2025, will things be as such that people in this country might vote for an openly gay individual, man or woman, but for this purpose, let's say Pete Buttigieg for the White House? And the reason I mention that is this. There is a new University of New Hampshire poll out there done by UNH, the Granite State poll, and it's gotten posted a few places today. And it's not necessarily a Connecticut poll. It is a poll of primary voters in New Hampshire. But now we all know, though, and some people don't like it because they don't think there's a representative sample of minorities, and they are pretty much correct on that. But we all, in about a year and a half, 2 years, everybody's going to see people traipsing up to New Hampshire to, push their case to maybe run the country from 2028 to 2032. Among those who plan to vote in the 2028 Democratic presidential primary in New Hampshire, and they surveyed about 600 people, 19%. Now, it's a fractured field. 19% is, when you look at it on an aggregate scale, it's not a lot of people. But Pete Buttigieg right now in a pretty conservative part of the country, although New Hampshire has changed over the years. A lot of the lefties escaped them and the Massachusetts taxes and went up to New Hampshire. Pete Buttigieg among New Hampshire Democrats gets 19%. He's on top of the list. He's number one. He's numero uno. Now, I don't want to say Pete Buttigieg is good news or bad news, but there is better news in this poll that Chris Murphy doesn't show. So for the 11 or 12 million bucks and all the touting that Chris Murphy has seen on this, he doesn't show. In fact, there's, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, hold on, 13, 14, 15. There are 18 Democrats, 18 in this poll, and Chris Murphy doesn't pick up a single point. So maybe his rhetorical slop is not selling nationwide. But you know who is selling? And I told you about this for years and years and years. Pete Buttigieg, he has a spouse, a male spouse. He is married. I think they adopted, 1 or 2 kids? Or in vitro, or however they did their kids, I don't know. But according to about 600 likely New Hampshire Democratic primary voters, and it's not just a New Hampshire question, it's a question that the entire country has probably been thinking of, because you have your firsts that any country tends to, certain countries with a racial makeup, tend to check off. First minority president, and we had Barack Obama, although some people will say, hey, that doesn't count because his mother's white, but I digress. So we made some progress here. President Obama, 2 terms. Then there are still people saying, hey, how about a woman president? Well, still might happen. We haven't done that. And then there are a handful of countries around the world, more than you would think, who have had openly gay leaders. Is that going to fly in America? Now, let me warn you about something. If you folks want to call, that's fine for this topic. You know, we have some fun here. I'm not doing this for comedy today. So if you want to call up and give me an educated opinion on this, you can. None of your gay jokes are going to make the air. Trust me. We have a device and human beings who can trigger that device to prevent that. However, we lead off with this. Now, first of all, it's good news. Like I said, Chris Murphy ain't on the list. I'll tell you who else is on the list. But topping the list, getting 1 out of 5 votes roughly, granted it's 3 years away, 2 years away for the primary process, is the former Transportation Secretary of the U.S., Pete Buttigieg, who was openly gay. Now, have there been other gay candidates for the presidency? I have no idea. And frankly, I don't care who sleeps with who if your policies are good. But there are people in this country for racial reasons. We all know some ethnic groups are not quite as tolerant of gay candidates as others are. There are religious issues, too, behind this. Branches of Christianity may have a problem with this. Branches of Islam may have a problem with this. But I ask you, would America ever elect an openly gay president? And would you care? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show. The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams. And Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free.
October is Customer Appreciation Month at AB's Falafel.
Right now, buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free.
AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the freshest and most flavorful falafel, kebabs, salads, and shawarma. During the month of October,
buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free.
Visit AB's Falafel, 10 Broadway Road, Trumbull, absfalafel.com.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free.
October is Customer Appreciation Month at AB's Falafel.
Right now, buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free.
AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the freshest and most flavorful falafel, kebabs, salads, and shawarma. During the month of October,
buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free.
Visit AB's Falafel, 10 Broadway Road, Trumbull, absfalafel.com.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilo Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilo Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway southbound roadwork, exit 3 down to the state line. Left lane is out. 95 southbound, more road work in Stratford, exit 33 down to 31. Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound side, paving from Route 34 going up into Hampton. Stay to the right to get around them. On 91 northbound side, road work exits 15 through 17 and 84 westbound. You have it exit 7 through 4. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Matt Krause at WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and tonight. There may be an isolated shower late with a low in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a shower later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Got something to say? Give Paul a call. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
And I know we're still 3 years and change out from 2028, but I saw this today and I went, New poll out there from the University of New Hampshire Democrats. You know who came out on top? On the top for there's 18 or 20 names there. Pete Buttigieg, who served as transportation secretary a few years back in the Biden White House. Now, look, his policies were criticized by some, praised by others, whatever. But there's an overriding thing here, and you got to address the elephant in the room. Pete Buttigieg is gay. Now, there have been a handful of countries around the world, Ireland, I think, currently, with a gay leader. Doesn't seem to bother those people. Would that sell here in the U.S.? I'm just wondering here. Because I saw this poll today. It's not a Connecticut poll. It's not a national poll. But I saw it and I said, yeah, I told you. You remember what I've been saying here on this program during the Biden years? Pete Buttigieg on camera explaining things is good. In America, in 28 in a few years, would his sexual orientation hold him back? I don't know. You tell me. We'll start off with Jeff in Westport. Jeff, you're on. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey, Paul. How you doing?
All right. What's up?
I don't think we really even have to worry about this, Paul. Because if our boy Trump in office does all the good things that he's doing, I think J.D. Vance is going to be the next president, which would be a great thing, I think. But Pete Buttigieg, all I have to say is Bud Light 2.0.
You think so? Really?
Look at Bud Light. Look at what's happening with the Super Bowl right now, all the controversy.
So
just because the guy wears a dress on stage.
But what if Pete Buttigieg? Do you think Pete Buttigieg? Let me ask it this way: could he come out with policies and be so appealing to people that eventually, Jeff, we get to a point in the country, and maybe we're not here yet, right? But we get to a point in the country where we say, he's gay. I don't care. Because other countries have done that. Is that ever going to happen here or not?
I don't care if the guy's purple and's got two heads. If he's a good politician and he does good for America, that's great. Look at Mondani. He's getting in New York, and everybody said the communists will never make it. That's crazy.
I know.
So,
I'll get into that later.
I think anybody, even Kamala, could get in.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, Jeff, appreciate it. Thanks. All right. Yeah, now see, here's the thing. And I've always said, and I've kind of defended conservatives on this. Well, you'll never vote for a woman. No, conservatives, they wouldn't vote for Hillary, though. There's a difference between a woman and somebody who makes sense. A woman and a sensible woman. Don't get angry with me. You know what I mean. But think about it. And, Jeff, thanks for the call. And again, I saw this poll today. It's not a national poll. And nationally, when, you're polling large urban areas with large Black and Hispanic populations, and let's face it, you do some polling, a lot of urban populations are not the most progressive when it comes to sexual orientation. Neither are some members who practice Islam, nor some Jews, nor some Christians. there are still pockets of people in this country, maybe not out of hatred, but out of what they consider what is right and wrong with their religion or family, whatever. You know what I mean. So are you surprised here? Does this surprise you? I think we can have a discussion on this without, straying into areas where people are going to say, see, you're just anti-gay. No. But when I saw this today, I said, wow, Pete Buttigieg, are you surprised that he tops the Democratic polling in New Hampshire or not?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound roadwork, exit 3 down to the state line. Left lane is out. 95 southbound, more road work in Stratford, exit 33 down to 31. Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound side, paving from Route 34 going up into Hampton. Stay to the right to get around them. On 91 northbound side, road work exits 15 through 17, and 84 westbound, you have it exit 7 through 4. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. And that's Krause at WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a shower late and a low in the low 40s. Partly sunny and cool on Wednesday with an isolated shower and a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Introducing Cakes by Sonia, a scratch-made bakery in Stratford. Let owner and head baker Sonia turn your vision into a delicious, beautiful custom cake. Specializing in wedding, birthday, and anniversary cakes, a Cake by Sonia is like no other. Follow Cakes by Sonia on Instagram or come into the bakery at 2067 Barnum Ave in Stratford. For an amazing cake for your next event, it's Cakes by Sonia. 203-276-8880.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie-daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com, because a good car deserves a great recovery.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. Hurricane Melissa has made landfall in southwestern Jamaica as a Category 5 storm. Its winds at 185 miles per hour. The National Hurricane Center's Michael Brennan.
It's going to be a very dangerous scenario now starting to play out in the next few hours as the eye of Melissa moves across Jamaica today. Catastrophic wind damage expected in the eye wall, total building failures.
CBS's Jason Allen is in Kingston.
There are not many places, not much infrastructure in the U.S. that is built to withstand that. Maybe up to a 3, but a 5 is really questionable. But a lot of people are staying in their homes. They feel that they've made it through past storms, and they feel that they'll make it through this one.
Anna Kay on why more people didn't heed the warnings.
The last big storm that we had, major hurricane we had, was 37 years ago. So a lot of our population has never seen anything like this. So trying to get people to take it absolutely serious has been a bit of a struggle.
CBS News Special Report, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Bail remains at $2 million for a 20-year-old man accused of killing his mother in her New Canaan home. Sebastian Van Stockham is charged with murder in connection with the Gerdes Road killing of the woman who has been identified as Laura Williams.
Violent murder. The victim was found bludgeoned to death and sustained extreme trauma to her skull.
The victim was bludgeoned to death, and police say Van Stockham has confessed to the crime. He's due back in Danbury Superior Court on November 3rd. Stamford police have made an arrest in connection with the hit-and-run death of a child in August. Police say 41-year-old Juan Carlos Umana of Stamford struck the 12-year-old boy as he sat on a dirt bike on Cortlandt Avenue. Umana is charged with felony evading responsibility, misconduct with a motor vehicle, and evidence tampering. He turned himself in to police yesterday and was released on $200,000 bond. A man charged with felony murder in the killing of a Stratford man in Ansonia is rejecting a plea offer. Prosecutors offered Vince Bravo a 35-year prison sentence in exchange for his guilty plea in the killing of 28-year-old Johnny Class. 2 other men are also charged in the connection with the killing of Class, who was shot dead in April of 2022 while sitting in a vehicle on Hubble Avenue in Ansonia. Bravo remains in custody on $1.5 million bond. Senator Richard Blumenthal had some harsh words for the Trump administration in the wake of the recent demolition of the East Wing of the White House.
I think a lot of the nation was appalled to see the price tag jump from $200 million to $300 million. And it may keep going higher.
The executive mansion had previously been renovated by the late New Haven architect Douglas Orr. This most recent demolition was done in an effort to move forward with President Trump's plans to build a ballroom. Senator Blumenthal has expressed concern that the demolition was paid for by billionaires with a financial interest in the president.
Many of these corporations and billionaires have matters before the federal government. Comcast has a merger. Google, Lockheed Martin, Amazon have federal contracts. Others may have contracts or matters before the federal government in the future.
Police responded to North Haven High School after receiving a report of a threat involving students. Police were called to the school yesterday morning and conducted an investigation before determining that the threat was not credible. Police are reminding all that comments made online and in person can lead to serious alarm and cause real consequences, even if meant as a joke. Another bear sighting was reported in the valley yesterday. The city of Derby has been notified that a large bear was sighted at approximately 4 p.m. at the corner of Selma Avenue and David Humphreys Road. City residents are being advised to keep an eye on children and small pets and to keep all trash receptacles secured. This follows a report of 2 black bears recently sighted in Easton. Governor Ned Lamont announced that the state is providing Connecticut Food Share with $3 million to help address the expected loss of federal food assistance.
On Saturday, they stopped replenishing the SNAP cards, the EBT cards, and goes dark for almost 400,000 of our residents and residents across the country.
The funding for the SNAP program will end on Saturday if the federal government shutdown is not over. Around 360,000 Connecticut residents currently receive food benefits under SNAP, which is short for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Those state residents receive $72 million a month in SNAP benefits in total. Jason Jakubowski from Connecticut Food Share spoke about the wide-ranging impact of the loss of that funding.
This affects the entire state of Connecticut.
Obviously, there aren't the same number of SNAP recipients in every single state, but there is poverty in every single corner of Connecticut. And I think that's something that's very important to remember.
And as Connecticut Food Share helps residents here in Connecticut, the Stamford nonprofit AmeriCares is preparing to help out overseas. With Hurricane Melissa rapidly gaining size and strength, AmeriCares is preparing to send a team to Jamaica to help with healthcare and rebuilding efforts. The hurricane was upgraded to a Category 5 storm on Monday, and Jamaica is expected to bear the brunt of the storm. In a statement on social media, AmeriCares said, quote, "We urge everyone in the affected areas to stay safe by remaining vigilant and staying informed about the latest weather updates." I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound roadwork, exit 3 down to the state line. Left lane is out. 95 southbound, more road work. And Stratford, exit 33 down to 31. Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound side, paving from Route 34 going up into Hampton. Stay to the right to get around them. On 91 northbound side, road work, exits 15 through 17. And 84 westbound, you have it, exit 7 through 4. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Matt Krause at WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and tonight. There may be an isolated shower late with a low in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a shower later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Would you or would America vote in sufficient numbers in 2028 to elect a gay president? The reason I ask that, you may say, well, geez, where's this coming from, Paul? I stumbled across it with the link. If you want to see, by the way, the poll, the link is to a University of New Hampshire poll. The link is on Tom Dudchik's Capital Report, ctcapitalreport.com. It's a Granite State poll. That's New Hampshire being the Granite State. That's what they tout themselves as. And 3 names are out in front. All 3 would make a very interesting nominee. And I know we're way away, but Trump's driving them nuts. And a lot of people are already running now. The 3 names topping the list. Now, this is just New Hampshire likely Democratic voters. But again, you know what's going to happen about this time next year. All right, and looking ahead to New Hampshire, we're in this constant cycle that never ends. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Oh, please, dear God, please. Please. Gavin Newsom and Pete Buttigieg. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of the Democratic Socialist ilk. Governor Newsom has really good hair. And Pete Buttigieg served as a medium city mayor in South Bend, Indiana. Wasn't all that loved by people in the land of Notre Dame. And the guy's openly gay, openly gay, rather. I think his husband's name is Chasen, I think, or something. And whatever, I don't care. But does America care or care enough? Or are there enough people in America that are going to say, no, I'm sorry, I can't do it? Now, you'd probably say, well, no way, Paul. Really? No way? With the way that different religions, different ethnicities, different family units and family structures tend to have, attitudes about things like abortion and homosexuality. You know what I mean. So I ask a simple question here. Now, the good news is, out of the 18 people in this New Hampshire Democratic survey, Chris Murphy didn't make one. Oh, man. So at least we still have some sensible people in the beautiful granite state of New Hampshire. By the way, before we move to the calls here, what did the White House say about Chris Murphy today? Hang on. White House. Chris Murphy is a buffoon who regularly lies to the American people. I think they've had about it. Well, his performance this past weekend on State of the Union with Jake Tapper. Yeah, that rode the border of buffoonery there. All right, Chris in Ridgefield, Tim in Hamden, hang on. We'll get to you. But the question is simply, and I know you've thought about this. You may have different attitudes about this than mom or dad, brother and sister, grandma and grandpa. Pete Buttigieg is currently the top presidential choice for New Hampshire Democrats. Is America ready to elect an openly gay president?
Need a new roof? If you've got cracked or curled shingles, the answer is yes. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, your local roofing expert since 1972. We don't just install your roof, we fortify it with lasting protection backed by a 50-year warranty. And right now, you could get zero interest, zero payments for 24 months. Homeowners have trusted Brown Roofing for over 50 years because we put our customers first. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Experience unparalleled customer satisfaction at Sono Collision, where our excellence in service meets top-notch repair to restore your beloved vehicles. When you choose us, you're choosing supreme expertise that ensures flawless results. Be it minor dent or major damage, our skilled team breathes life back into your car. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound roadwork, exit 3 down to the state line. Left lane is out. 95 southbound, more road work in Stratford, exit 33 down to 31. Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound side, paving from Route 34 going up into Hampton. Stay to the right to get around them. On 91 northbound side, road work exits 15 through 17 and 84 westbound. You have it exit 7 through 4. Left lane is blocked. I'm Andrew Krause of WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a shower late and a low in the low 40s. Partly sunny and cool on Wednesday with an isolated shower and a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Share your opinion. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Pete Buttigieg, an openly gay former cabinet member during the Biden years, currently the top choice of New Hampshire Democrats if they were holding a primary today. Would America do that? Is enough of America ready to elect an openly gay head of state, an openly gay president? By the way, let's see. The previous president of San Marino was gay. The current president of Latvia is gay. The following were previous heads of state, and they're gay, or were. the Prime Minister, of Iceland, the Prime Minister of Belgium, the Prime Minister of Luxembourg, the President of Ireland, the Prime Minister of Serbia, the past Prime Minister of France, and currently serving the Prime Minister of Andorra. There you go. Chris in Ridgefield joins us at 1:15. Hey, Chris, how are you, sir? What's up?
I'm well, and I'm not at all surprised that Pete Buttigieg wants to be president. He was a smooth talker trying to get it last time.
Yep.
And I don't have any problem with him being gay.
Okay.
He had a problem with being gay. I feel bad for him that he couldn't do his military service as a gay person. He had to keep it in the closet.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we're ready for the best candidate. And I'm shocked at that list you just gave me, Paul. I would have thought it was just a few people.
No, and these people aren't currently serving altogether, but it goes up to last year and starts back in 2009. So there you go.
I can only think of Barney Frank, and I think there's a lot of reasons. I think he caused the financial crisis by thinking everybody could get a house.
Well,
Dodd-Frank. He tried to get everybody a house, and he got us the crisis.
Boy, Barney Frank. Hey, Chris, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Boy, Barney Frank. Barney Frank was in Congress. When I was in college, whoa, yeah, Barney Frank, the Dodd-Frank thing. Remember that? Everybody can get a house. And then Barney Frank did run into a little problem, if you remember. And again, I don't want, I hate bringing this stuff up, but there was allegations of a gay prostitution operation running out of a townhouse that he owned or rented. Who knows? Wow. Chris, thank you. I forgot completely about Barney Frank. There's a name. You know when you get up in the morning and you say, what are the odds I'm going to hear this name today? Could be a sports name, could be a cartoon name, a political name, whatever. Barney Frank. There you go. In fact, a buddy of mine in college, we would team up and do these video reports, TV, one person be the camera person, the other person would be the reporter. And I think, did we do that story with Barney Frank? I know he did something with Barney Frank. It may not have been a story we did. I remember we did something about acid rain. Remember that? Oh, you can tell I went to college in the late 70s and early 80s. Acid rain. We were all going to die of acid rain, remember? It's another one. Tim in Hampton's here. Tim, good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thank you. I definitely want to talk about presidential potentials and everything in a minute. But first, I have to give a Republican weasel for Connecticut background. I saw the news conference with the food bank people, and the governor was up there, and he said, going to give $3 million to it. So, of course, everybody rose over to the Republicans.
Yeah.
And the Mr. Minority Leader, who I'm becoming more and more despising him, said, well, just take it out of the rainy day fund.
Well, why not?
And I felt like go up to him and say, it's your president who's causing this problem and everything. And when we tried, other things like to pay for, high electric rates and that service charge out of the rainy day fund, silence. So,
hey, Tim, let me ask you something. Why don't the Democrats sign on to a clean, continuing resolution that would open the government, and then they can brawl about the Obamacare?
Paul.
Yeah, okay.
Paul.
So why
are
you bringing Steve Harding into this? Why?
No, I'm not Harding. The
Vin Candelora.
No, Vin.
Oh, okay.
Good old
All right.
and stuff. So
whatever. So go ahead.
The clean thing. Look, I give it 10 seconds on the national thing that way. The Republican plan is to keep this going till the Democrats cave. The Republican plan, and it's starting to leak out there, is eventually to kill off, Obamacare and make it a state-by-state situation. They've always wanted to repeal Obamacare. Don't think the government should get involved with helping people
Okay.
pay for these incredible prices and stuff. So they're just, they're going to essentially kill it off.
So why don't
And
they fight the brawl on that at that time, Tim, when people may not be able to eat on Saturday?
Because it's always a long-term game. When you have, rich fat cat Republicans and everything else,
Those are the best kind.
They don't care about, poor people
None,
eating. They're
no.
not the ones that are running up and voting for them. But, when you've got insurance companies, like the executive up in Hartford, who CEO makes $7 million
Who
a
cares?
year.
$7 million is the 12th guy on an NBA bench. So who cares?
Well, that's good, but I'm paying for that. All the taxpayers and stuff. Well, okay, now let's switching over
Yes, let's
to
do that.
Buttigieg.
Yeah.
He's definitely, a very sharp guy.
Yep.
He's been on a lot of the shows and everything.
Sure.
Definitely so. I think, people would vote for, a woman candidate if she was a Margaret Thatcher, Iron Pants
maybe.
kind of, that sort of stuff. Democrat or Republican, if they felt, that she was a tough old broad, they would probably vote for her and stuff. So it's the same issue.
My God, Tim, the language you use, how misogynistic. I'm kidding. Go ahead. Yes. Yes.
So whether, are Democrats and in this state going to vote for, I don't know, an openly gay candidate for governor?
Would they?
Josh, Elliott is openly gay and everything like that. So it'll be very interesting to see, if there's any blowback about that in the future, if he actually makes, the final ballot.
So, but let me ask you, in the interest of time here, because we are getting toward the top here. So if Pete Buttigieg it turned out in some way, Tim, to get past the nominating process, and there's a swell of enthusiasm behind him, he becomes the nominee, or it gets down to him and a few other people. Are there enough people in this country who would still, of various racial and ethnic and religious backgrounds, who would say, that's a line I'm not going to cross?
They have to find if he even gets the nomination.
Yeah.
He has to find a kind of coalition of middle of the road and the socialists and everything else. It's going to be a coalition kind of thing. And stuff. And that way they can actually win. Whether some hillbilly elegy guys up there, he'll smoke that hillbilly out of the water. He's a very good arguer and stuff. So enough of my bigotry.
All right, no, it's not. Listen, all right, Tim, that's not bigotry. It's listen. You can say, oh, he says it's just bigoted, or we can discuss that a lot of people still, even in the year 2025 and heading into 2028, they may have attitudes that are important to them. And I find it interesting because I don't care where you look in this country, right or left, Democrat or Republican, you do have still you have millions of people of all religions, Christianity or various strains thereof, Judaism, strains thereof, Islam, who, whatever, for whatever reason, may say, hey, I like what the guy says, but I am not going to vote for him because of his lifestyle. Frankly, I couldn't care less if you paid me. But that's just me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So again, we start out with this. I think it's an interesting question. If you're in any way, shape, or form a regular or habitual listener to this show, I thank you, number one. But number two, what have I kept saying about Pete Buttigieg for the last 3 or 4 years? I would use clips of him during the Biden years, say, man, this guy's smooth. He's good. He's good. He's got a trait that Barack Obama had very well, and so did Bill Clinton. None so much Ronald Reagan. Reagan's biggest trait was his optimism. Trump's biggest trait is his sledgehammer threats, kind of his blue-collar, hard-hat threats. But the thing I did notice about Pete Buttigieg, and maybe this is propelling him to the top, his ability to, in the appearances I've watched, to take relatively complex things and maybe not make them simplistic, but do something that Barack Obama used to do and Bill Clinton used to do all the time is, and I don't like the term dumb it down, but highlight the points that are relatable and can appeal to the most people without the least amount of wonkism or geekism, if you know what I mean. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound roadwork, exit 3 down to the state line. Left lane is out. 95 southbound, more road work. In Stratford, exit 33 down to 31. Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound side, paving from Route 34 going up into Hampton. Stay to the right to get around them. On 91 northbound side, road work, exits 15 through 17. And 84 westbound, you have it, exit 7 through 4. Left lane is blocked. I'm Matt Krause at WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and tonight. There may be an isolated shower late with a low in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a shower later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Hey, coming up, we'll talk to a local educator, a local college dean who was born in and still has a family in Jamaica, man, that Hurricane Melissa. Did I see a read where that might go down? Now, again, obviously, we couldn't measure this stuff hundreds of years ago. But I think I saw or I read where since measurements began, Hurricane Melissa might go down as the strongest, most destructive storm in history. Wow. Yikes. And, of course, Megan Portfolio coming up on a Tuesday at 5:15. You're going to be around for that. Megan has she really looks at numbers here and crunches numbers and watches CTN, and there's a new analysis out there of how much pension money for state employees and others that a lot of us paid for with our tax money ends up leaving Connecticut.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Dangerous Hurricane Melissa has made landfall in southwestern Jamaica.
It's not just the wind, it's also the rain. The rainfall will be record levels.
And Evan Thompson is with the Weather Service of Jamaica.
Flooding is expected. Landslides are expected. Storm surge is expected. And of course, those strong winds we will not be able to escape, especially if you're in the path of this system and in the path close to the eye of the system.
This American tourist tourist.
We are kind of bunkered down in our resort room. We've got mattresses and furniture against the balcony window and the doors there. We've already prepared to, have a pallet spot in the bathroom in case we have to lock ourselves in there if the window and glass gets broken.
And the hurricane is a slow mover. It could linger throughout today. The sound of tanks and explosions have been heard in Gaza in the most serious test yet of President Trump's peace plan. Israel has reacted angrily to what it says is a deception by Hamas in handing over the remains of a hostage. Reporter Kevin Gardner.
Israel said that they secretly filmed using a drone, and I've seen the footage, and unless it's been doctored, it's pretty damning because it shows what Israel claims is Hamas removing a body from a house, putting it into a freshly dug shallow grave, covering it up with dirt, and then bringing in Red Cross officials and saying, look, we've discovered another body.
Israel says the remains are those of a hostage recovered 2 years ago. A federal judge has ordered a senior Border Patrol official to detail every day's events to her after weeks of confrontations between immigration agents and the public in the Chicago area. Allison Keyes reports.
Greg Bovino responded yes, ma'am, to a federal judge who ordered him to report to her each evening to hear about how the day went amid videos showing the use of tear gas during demonstrations. This Chicago man says he saw tear gas used on his block without warning over the weekend.
This was the opposite of America.
U.S. District Judge Sarah Ellis discussed children being tear gassed during a weekend Halloween event as someone was arrested.
The Texas Attorney General is accusing companies behind Tylenol of deceptively marketing the pain reliever to pregnant mothers. Paxton is an ally of President Trump, who has asserted the use of Tylenol by pregnant women could be linked to autism. More than 1,000 flights have been delayed today. The first day air traffic controllers are missing a full paycheck due to the government shutdown. The shutdown now in its 28th day. On Wall Street, stocks are higher. This is CBS News.
The annual Progressive Keys to Progress program provides vehicles to deserving veterans, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more at keystoprogress.com.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A charge of illegally disposing of a body has been added against a man accused, along with a woman, of killing her 11-year-old daughter. The body of Mimi Torres Garcia was found in a storage bin in New Britain that was allegedly dumped by Jonathan Abel Nanita. He and Carla Rosalie Garcia are accused of abusing and neglecting the child and causing her death last year. They are both charged with murder with special circumstances. Stamford police have made an arrest in connection with the hit-and-run death of a child in August. Police say 41-year-old Juan Carlos Umana of Stamford struck the 12-year-old boy as he sat on a dirt bike on Cortland Avenue. Umana is charged with felony evading responsibility, misconduct with a motor vehicle, and evidence tampering. He turned himself in to police yesterday and was released on $200,000 bond. Senator Richard Blumenthal had some harsh words for the Trump administration in the wake of the recent demolition of the East Wing of the White House.
I think a lot of the nation was appalled to see the price tag jump from $200 million to $300 million. And it may keep going higher.
The executive mansion had previously been renovated by the late New Haven architect Douglas Orr. This most recent demolition was done in an effort to move forward with President Trump's plans to build a ballroom. Senator Blumenthal has expressed concern that the demolition was paid for by billionaires with a financial interest in the president.
Many of these corporations and billionaires have matters before the federal government. Comcast has a merger. Google, Lockheed Martin, Amazon have federal contracts. Others may have contracts or matters before the federal government in the future.
And a business icon was honored in a bridge dedication yesterday. David Bigelow, who passed in 2023, was a major figure in the Fairfield-based company Bigelow Tea, and the bridge located next to the company's offices on Brewster Street now carries his name. The dedication ceremony was attended by numerous state officials. Bigelow Tea CEO Cindy Bigelow spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about her father's impact on the community.
Well, I actually look out from my office and see this bridge every day, and to me, this really is going to reinforce this amazing connection that he had with our community.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on 40 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield. Parkway is even easier right now. Route 8, you're bunched up north and southbound into the Commodore Hole Bridge. And on 84 eastbound side, some volume delays getting through Danbury. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. 7 top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a shower late and a low in the low 40s. Partly sunny and cool on Wednesday with an isolated shower and a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I was scouring about to see what is, the viable stuff to talk about today. Kind of made a list here of stuff I want to get to. We have much more stuff coming up in the program. But, this kind of struck me. And this is one of those topics, one of those questions that you wonder if some deeply held feelings by ethnic groups, by religious groups, by specific religions, by the upbringing of people, by their own feelings, whatever their life experiences here, whether or not, this is going to be something that's going to be I don't want to say an issue, but an aspect of U.S. politics going forward. Now, a handful of nations either have or have had or still have either gay or lesbian leaders. San Marino, Latvia, as I look at the list here, Iceland, Belgium, Luxembourg, Ireland. Leo Varadkar was probably the most prominent one up until a couple of years ago. Serbia, Andorra, and France for a short time. They have had gay or lesbian leaders. Those countries are still standing, still functioning. When will that happen in the U.S.? And I'm asking this because there was a very interesting link posted to a survey done of Democratic voters in New Hampshire, asking Democrats, who is your top choice right now? And part of the story is Chris Murphy doesn't appear anywhere on this list. I said, let me see where Murphy is. And I went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No Murphy there. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 Democrats. Chris Murphy doesn't even show. Now, that's in New Hampshire. I get it. I understand it. But New Hampshire ain't the New Hampshire I grew up with 30 or 40 years ago. So maybe the White House is right. Maybe he is a buffoon. I don't know. Their word, not mine. But the top 5 people picked by New Hampshire Republicans, number 5, actually numbers 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 are not Chris Murphy, so I can put that out there. Bernie Sanders, number 5, Kamala Harris, number 4, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, number 3, Gavin Newsom, number 2, great hair, Gavin, and he wears those high collared shirts. I like those too. Pete Buttigieg, number 1. Pete Buttigieg served in the Biden White House, transportation secretary. He had a lot of FaceTime on the Sunday shows. You saw him all over the place. Remember I told you, hey, this guy's good. This guy's being, set up here. He's being groomed for, further activity down the road. And I kept wondering, and I still do, once you get beyond the nominating process, is the fact that Pete Buttigieg is gay? As a husband, I think they have 1 or 2 kids, either by adoption or a surrogate, whatever. None of my business. Is the fact that Pete Buttigieg is gay, would that hold back him or anybody else, A, from being a White House nominee? I don't care whether it's 2028 or 2032 or what would be the next, 2036, whatever. The question I'm asking is, would there still be, because people can say one thing and do the complete opposite. Right? Oh, it wouldn't bother. If a guy's gay or a woman's a lesbian, wouldn't bother me. And that's, you're saying that in polite company at a company cocktail party or the upcoming company holiday parties. When you get, I don't want to, because we don't even go in the voting booth anymore. We get our ballot, we go to tables, and we hunker down and we bend over in those little cubicles, and then we fill it. Then it becomes arts and crafts time. And we fill in the little squares and circles there or whatever. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I couldn't care less of somebody's proclivities. You know what I care about? What's their stance on the border? What's their stance on taxes? What's their stance on guns? What's their stance on international trade? How are they going to deal with Russia? How are they going to deal with China? How are they going to deal with drug dealers? I couldn't care less. But you do know there are millions of people out there who will say, but he's gay. Or, but she's a lesbian. You know, maybe not as much as there used to be. But they're still out there. And they're out there with ethnic groups. They're out there with religious groups. You know it and I know it. Maybe from people you and I have contact with, conversations. There are going to be people that would say, hey, Buttigieg, hey, he makes sense on a lot of stuff, but isn't he gay? Yeah, he has a husband. And then that friend of yours or your relative or the guy or the gal at your church or your mosque or your synagogue, especially in religions where that's considered a sin, are going to say, oh, yeah, you're right. So you tell me, what are you thinking? By the way, if you don't want to come on the radio and talk about this because somebody may recognize your voice, whatever your thoughts are on this, you can also text them to me as well. It's free and easy, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But our question of the day, one part of it is I found pretty simple because Chris Murphy didn't show among 18 names. Hey, Senator, that pseudo campaign you got going, not really killing it. But what do you think? Is America ready at this point? Maybe not this year, but in 3 years, in 2028, would America be ready to elect a presidential candidate, male or female, who was openly gay?
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show, The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams, and Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
At Bank of America, we asked our people, how do you take ownership of your career?
I'm able to grow my way by putting the priorities that I have for my career first.
I thrive on being a leader who's behind the team, not in front of the team.
Every few years, I'm being re-energized because I get to do something different and learn something new.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on 40 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield. Parkway is even easier right now. Route 8, you're bunched up north and southbound into the Commodore Hill Bridge. And on 84 eastbound side, some volume delays getting through Danbury. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. 7 top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and tonight. There may be an isolated shower late with a low in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a shower later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, or Fairfield County and affects your world, Paul is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So in a country of 330, 340 million people now, not everybody votes. You know, about 140 million people vote, 150 million people vote. And by the way, I'm not saying this is a Democrat or Republican thing necessarily, because remember, you have a lot of traditional Democratic voters as well. Along with Republicans, you have a lot of Democratic voters who are not the most progressive on this stuff, too. Certain ethnicities, certain religious factions. So, again, there's plenty of knuckleheadism to go around here. But I digress, because some people may say that this, that, or the other is of import to them or not. And what I'm talking about here is a new poll from the University of New Hampshire. Go Wildcats. Been up there a few times doing, I was up there for, I think, 2 games I did up there. 1 or 2, I think. It's all a blur now. Been so many games over 40 years. Driving a lot of miles, flying to a few, but driving. It's okay to drive when you're on the team bus. Because then, as soon as the door shuts and everything's packed away, I can pull my seat back and just, and that's it. And it's a beautiful thing. But, you know, when you drive to New Hampshire, drive to Maine, that's a long haul. But I digress. University of New Hampshire poll says that if the New Hampshire primary, and you know the New Hampshire and the Iowa primaries and the caucuses, they're the big ones. If they were held today, the number one guy for the Democrats is not Chris Murphy. Doesn't even show in this. It's not Bernie Sanders. It's not Gavin Newsom. It's not Gavin Newsom's hair. It's not all the hair product he uses. It's not those nice white-collared shirts he uses. It's Pete Buttigieg, who was known by a lot of people, whatever reason, Democrats and Republicans, as, the gay guy who worked for Biden. And look, don't kill the messenger here. That was part of his appeal to some voters. So let me ask you, as we wrap up on this, I'm going to do this till the bottom of the hour here. What do you think? Are there enough people in this country who would say, no, not doing it? Maybe a nice guy, maybe he has, and that would be in the year 2027 coming up. But is there still enough, I don't want to say bigotry or bias, because the whole subject of homosexuality is somewhat important in some religions. Like I said, you couldn't pay me to care less. I don't care. But are there enough people, by the way, of both parties? A lot of traditional Democrats aren't really, tolerant either, to where America would never elect, as 8 or 9 countries have elected, America would never elect a gay or lesbian leader. I just saw this. Thought it was interesting to bring up. Henry's with us. Henry, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hey, Paulie. Always good talking to you.
Yes, sir.
Being 75, growing up in the East Side, I'm as the decades pass and pass, I'm astounded that it's an issue in this day and age.
See, I'm wondering, though, Henry, my question is, do you think it would be an issue or not?
It definitely will be. Okay. It definitely will be. It definitely will be. You mentioned the numbers before, 300 and some odd million. Mm-hmm. There's at least 100 million that are going to go along. Now, I understand that there's 4, 5, 6 million of people that are just, playing whatever you want to call it, phobic, homo, whatever. Yeah. I understand that. Yeah. But we have 80, 90 million people that is a major issue. And the reason why I say this is because look at what we've put up with over the decades. The alcoholism, the Betty Ford, Bush, twice in rehab for narcotics, right or wrong?
No, he admitted it. Yeah, he admitted it. Yeah, he admitted it.
He admitted it, but the idea that just like the other guy admits that he's gay. Yeah. Look at what we have no problem with that.
Yeah.
We have no problem with the pesos rolling in from Mexico for the wall.
Yeah.
We have no problem with that. And Hillary's still in jail. We have no problem with that. Would you rather have a straight guy who lies 10, 20 times a day or a gay guy who might tell you the truth?
I'll take the gay guy who might tell me the truth. Yeah, but again, that's me.
There's another 80 or 90 million that are not gonna. I talked about the things that they have bought already.
Yeah.
That's the things that they have bought. My God, if you say the gay is bad, that's all it would take for those 90 million.
Think so?
That's all it would take.
Think so?
Are you kidding?
What counts more? What counts?
You'll see.
What would count more, gays or the security at the border?
Oh no, but the security of the border and all the things that are good for the country. But in the ones that are law-abiding citizens, all that there. But why I'm astounded, like I said the first minute, that the fact that the guy is gay.
Yeah.
matters more than the border or, the pesos rolling in.
Well, I was asking, does it matter?
That's astounding to me.
I
Sure
don't know.
it does.
Do you think so?
And that's what's astounding. That's what's astounding.
Hey? Yeah.
Oh, you're surrounded by stupidity.
Well, there's just me in this. There's just me in this
no.
studio, so I hope I'm not the stupid guy. But you know.
No.
All right, Henry. Henry, I gotta go, my friend. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean that's the question I'm asking. Anyway, gonna put the wraps on that for this. But thanks. By the way, if you want to chime in on this, you can go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/voice of CT. You tell me, is America ready? And like Henry said, and I mentioned, there's 300 million people in this country, right? Now, not all of them vote. Generally, about 150 million people vote. But yet, we saw in 2020 how if you had moved, and when Trump lost to Biden, all you would have had to do was to move about 40,000 votes here and there. And, Trump would have previously had his second term, a bunch of years ago. Well, then what if you have 40 or 50,000 people who, vote or don't vote a certain way because somebody may be gay?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on 40 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield. Parkway is even easier right now. Route 8, you're bunched up north and southbound into the Commodore Bridge. And on 84 eastbound side, some volume delays getting through Danbury. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. 7 top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a shower late in the low 40s. Partly sunny and cool on Wednesday with an isolated shower and a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I'm Secretary of the State Stephanie Thomas. In Connecticut, we have elections every year. This year, you'll choose who you want to represent you in local government. Election Day is Tuesday, November 4th. Get details at myvote.ct.gov today.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Bumped your bumper? Kissed a curb? With Sono Collision, your car will be back to top notch in no time. Because we don't just repair, we care. Visit sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. Hurricane Melissa has made landfall in southwest Jamaica as a powerful and slow-moving storm. Meteorologist Jessica Birch is tracking it.
All those southern communities right now along that coastline, they're gearing up for about 13-foot storm surge. This is tied for second when it comes to the highest sustained winds in the center of a hurricane ever. And we're talking about 185-mile-per-hour winds there. Tropical storm and hurricane-force winds impacting the island of Jamaica right now, up to around 40 inches of rain expected.
Laiska Powell is Emergency Services Manager for Jamaica's Red Cross.
Biggest concern, flooding, landslides. A lot of the communities, especially along the southern coast, they're low-lying.
Education Minister Dana Dixon.
You're going to have entire areas that are decimated to a large extent.
The storm is one of the strongest ever to make landfall in the Atlantic. Cuba and the Bahamas are preparing as well. CBS News special report.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut local news update.
Westport police are charging an 18-year-old and 3 juveniles in connection with the recovery of a stolen car. 18-year-old Jermel Elmore of West Haven and 3 juveniles are all facing charges of larceny of a motor vehicle and conspiracy to commit larceny of a motor vehicle. Elmore is also facing additional charges, including illegal possession of a firearm. Westport police say a ghost gun was found in the glove box of a Toyota Scion that had been reported stolen out of Branford Saturday. Officers said the 4 suspects cooperated when asked to exit the vehicle. Elmore was unable to post bail, and the 3 juveniles were released to the custody of their parents, but will appear in juvenile court. Bail remains at $2 million for a 20-year-old man accused of killing his mother in her New Canaan home. Sebastian Van Stockham is charged with murder in connection with the Gerdes Road killing of the woman who has been identified as Laura Williams.
Violent murder. The victim was found bludgeoned to death and sustained extreme trauma to her skull.
The victim was bludgeoned to death, as police said, and they say Van Stockham has confessed to the crime. He's due back in Danbury Superior Court on November 3rd. A man charged with felony murder in the killing of a Stratford man in Ansonia is rejecting a plea offer. Prosecutors offered Vince Bravo a 35-year prison sentence in exchange for his guilty plea in the killing of 20-year-old Johnny Class. 2 other men are also charged in connection with the killing of Class, who was shot dead in April of 2022 while sitting in a vehicle on Hubble Avenue in Ansonia. Bravo remains in custody on $1.5 million bond. A young boy has injuries after a collision between his bicycle and a vehicle in Bridgeport. Police say the crash was reported yesterday on Broad Street near Linden Avenue. The boy was taken to the hospital for treatment of injuries that include a possible broken arm. The vehicle involved in the incident remained at the scene, and the driver is cooperating with the investigation. Police responded to North Haven High School after receiving a report of a threat involving students. Police were called to the school yesterday morning and conducted an investigation before determining that the threat was not credible. Police are reminding all that comments made online and in person can lead to serious alarm and cause real consequences, even if meant as a joke. Another bear sighting was reported in the valley yesterday. The city of Derby has been notified that a large bear was sighted at approximately 4 p.m. at the corner of Selma Avenue and David Humphreys Road. City residents are being advised to keep an eye on children and small pets and to keep all trash receptacles secured. This follows a report of 2 black bears recently sighted in Easton. Governor Ned Lamont has announced that the state is providing Connecticut Food Share with $3 million to help address the expected loss of federal food assistance.
On Saturday, they stopped replenishing the SNAP cards, the EBT cards, and goes dark for
almost 400,000 of our residents and residents across the country.
The funding for the SNAP program will end on Saturday if the federal government shutdown is not over. Around 360,000 Connecticut residents currently receive food benefits under SNAP, which is short for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Those state residents receive $72 million a month in SNAP benefits in total. Jason Jakubowski from Connecticut Food Share spoke about the wide-ranging impact of the loss of that funding.
This affects the entire state of Connecticut. Obviously, there aren't the same number of SNAP recipients in every single state, but there is poverty in every single corner of Connecticut. And I think that's something that's very important to remember.
And as Connecticut Food Share helps residents here in Connecticut, the Stamford nonprofit AmeriCares is preparing to help out overseas. With Hurricane Melissa rapidly gaining size and strength, AmeriCares is preparing to send a team to Jamaica to help with health care and rebuilding efforts. The hurricane was upgraded to a Category 5 storm on Monday, and Jamaica is expected to bear the brunt of the storm. In a statement on social media, AmeriCares said, quote, "We urge everyone in the affected areas to stay safe by remaining vigilant and staying informed about the latest weather updates." I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes from Stamford going through Fairfield. Definitely some brakes along the way. The Parkway overall is easier. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes. Exit 11 going up to the bridge. And on 84 eastbound, busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and tonight. There may be an isolated shower late with a low in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a shower later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorik on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, it has happened again. How is everybody here? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. This broke about 20 minutes ago. The U.S. Senate has failed once again to advance a Republican funding bill for the 13th time. So as many Democrats are out there, including the 7 Democrats from our delegation, 2 in the Senate, 5 in the House, as they are out there bitching and moaning and whining and complaining about the government being shut down, they're the ones doing it. Now, maybe you're all right with that. Maybe you hate the GOP and you hate Trump and what. That's fine. That's not the issue. But at least they're admitting it now. This from our friends at CBS News. Today, this cleared about 10 past the hour earlier. The Senate has failed to advance a Republican-backed funding bill to end the government shutdown for the 13th time. Now, the vote did pass 54 to 45, 99 Senate members voting, but it fell short of the 60 votes that were needed to move the bill forward. No new Democrats voted in favor of advancing the bill. Now, there are a handful of Democrats who are voting with the GOP most of the time here to go ahead and reopen the government and make sure that people can eat on Saturday. Now, in this latest vote, again, it's the same 3 Democrats. So wait a minute now. I'd like to ask Mr. Blumenthal and Mr. Murphy, are there 3 fellow Democrats here? Are they wrong about this? Who's wrong here? Only 3 members of the Democratic caucus voted to advance the bill and to reopen the government. John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada, and Angus King of Maine. King is technically an independent, but he caucuses with Democrats. So are Dick Blumenthal and Chris Murphy saying they know better than Senator Masto, Senator Fetterman, or Senator King? Seriously. And I guess there's a couple of more. Both Senate members from Georgia, Senate Democrats from Georgia, they're starting to get a little antsy about this too. John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock. Oh, they're starting to get a little jelly-legged, is a baseball term when a curveball bears in on you. You get a little jelly-leg there. Now again, and at least now they're admitting it. After lunch with Senate Republicans at the Capitol, VP J.D. Vance said the Trump White House has found a way to pay members of the military this Friday, but did not provide any details. 25 states and the District of Columbia filed suit against the White House over its plans to withhold food aid under the SNAP program, arguing the law requires the government to provide funds for November. Well, all the Democrats have to do is open up the government, then they can argue about these tax abatements and tax priorities for Obamacare. I wonder if Connecticut is one of these states. Let's see. Yes, Connecticut is. Yes. You can always count on our Attorney General, Mr. Tong. Arizona, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Kansas, Kentucky, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Vermont, Washington State, and Wisconsin are voting to have filed a lawsuit. So maybe they can get the courts to rule. This is... I cannot tell you how much this is upsetting me. And like John Fetterman, here's a guy, by the way, John Fetterman, who had a stroke, who is still recovering from a stroke. You can hear it in his speech patterns. And he has audio sensory problems. You can hear the stutter, and God bless him, we've all had family members who have a stroke. Here's a stroke patient who's making more sense than Dick Blumenthal and Chris Murphy. John Fetterman, who for a while couldn't speak and had to have I think he was using some sort of a speech translator or some sort of a stenography device to understand what in the hell was being told to him. Now, of course, good for him. His rehab is going. I heard him the other day. He sounded much better. But during that clip, I heard Fetterman say, hey, we can do two things at one time here. Here's a recovering stroke patient who's making more sense than 99% of the people in his party. Open the government, country over party, and get people fed, get them paid, and then we argue about the tax benefits and the tax advantages and these tax subsidies for Obamacare. But, folks, I'm telling you why this is happening. Trust me, Chuck Schumer doesn't want to do this. I don't think Dick Blumenthal wants to do this. The old-time Democratic Guard in the Senate, they know this is nuts. They know this. But again, this is Chris Murphy. This is Jasmine Crockett. This is AOC. This is Bernie. This is Adam Schiff, because they see that Donald Trump has been playing batting practice with them, and they would rather do this to get back at Trump than actually make sure people can eat on Saturday.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, host of Melissa in the Morning, here on the Voice of Connecticut. I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with connections, resources, and insights to create opportunity in today's business landscape. Join me at Reputation Made, Thursday, November 6th at UConn Stamford from 11:30 to 3 p.m. Learn from a league of marketing, communications, and advocacy pros like Stu Leonard on how to cut through the chaos, master storytelling and media strategy, and build influence and authentic engagement with your audience. Reputation Made, November 6th at UConn Stanford. Learn how to make your business stand out. Reserve your spot and get more information at ConnecticutMade.com. Join me on November 6th at UConn Stanford and get made. ConnecticutMade.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes from Stanford going through Fairfield. Definitely some breaks along the way. The Parkway overall is easier. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes. Exit 11 going up to the bridge. And on 84 eastbound, busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a shower late and a low in the low 40s. Partly sunny and cool on Wednesday with an isolated shower and a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He might not agree with you, but he promises to listen. Join Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, 203-333-9422, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Voice of Connecticut.
How is it that a recovering stroke patient, and I'm not saying that in a negative way, God bless him, he's doing better, John Fetterman. How is it that he's making more sense than Dick Blumenthal? Huh? You tell me. I mean, Fetterman for a while couldn't hardly speak. He couldn't comprehend speech because you remember during his campaign, apparently he had a stroke. He was elected anyway, and he's doing better. He's on some of the Sunday shows. I saw him on Fox. I see him on NBC and CBS. And, boy, sometimes, you know, they get on this guy's back because he won't wear a suit, and we've joked about that. He wears gym shorts and hoodies. And they kind of let him go with it, whatever. Well, he's making more sense than Dick Blumenthal and Chris Murphy. I saw him in a soundbite the other day. He said, pay people, make sure people get paid, and then we can argue about the other stuff. Gee, what a shock. A guy who's recovering from a freaking stroke sounds more sensible than Dick Blumenthal and Chris Murphy. It's mind-boggling. And the other three Democrats who keep voting with the Republicans and two more from Georgia. So there's like 5 Democrats who are like, maybe we should just make sure, I don't know, that people can eat. But Messrs. Blumenthal and Murphy, I guess they know better because they're the learner. You know, I had 3 or 4 people come to me, a couple on the air, and then we were talking about this off the air. Hey, you know what? If the senators weren't getting paid, they would still do it because for a lot of these people, the $176,000 a year they make in the Senate, that's coffee change. That's couch change. That's Dunkin' money. That's Starbucks cash. If you're worth, I don't know, million. I mean, Chris Murphy's got $12 million in the bank. You think he cares about his $176,000 salary? Come on. If you believe that, pass the bill so people can eat. And then get that on and say, okay, clean slate here. Now we're going to argue for the Obamacare subsidies. Now. Maybe they have research that says people don't want those. Remember, these were extended during the Biden years. These are subsidies from COVID, for God's sake. We're arguing stuff from 2019 here. It is mind-numbing. And, Chris Murphy with that line, well, during the Biden years are over, Chris. If you didn't know, the Biden years are over. Well, the Republicans aren't going to agree to anything. Well, they may not. But then you have some fresh fodder to whack people over the heads with. I don't understand how this has gotten here. Well, I do. Because this is like, Trump and the Democrats. It's like rope-a-dope with Ali and Foreman there. God, I miss boxing. But I know MMA is the big thing now, but good God, do I miss boxing. Jose in Shelton's here. Jose, how are you? Hey, Jose.
Hey, what's going on?
You tell me. What are you?
It's good to hear you that you're in such a good mood.
I am, Jose. I am. You're not doing any nips today, are you?
What?
You're not doing any nips today, are you? I'm just checking.
Nips are for later. Nighttime only.
Okay.
Nips are for nighttime only. How you doing, Paul?
What do you got, Jose?
Who do you think's going to win the elections come Tuesday, Paul?
I don't care. No,
I know you're good at predicting.
I am.
You're good. I tell you.
Yeah.
You're up there as one of the best predictors. Who do you think's going to win nationwide, regional?
I have the only election I care about is that New York City, where my son and future daughter-in-law live, are about to elect a guy who's never run a thing in his life, who's a blatant anti-Semite, and who hangs around with some pretty shady types. Other than that, I don't care.
Who do you want? Saliga?
No.
That guy's run for mayor 100 times.
No, listen.
Look, let me tell you.
Saliga. Wait. Hold on.
He has no ideas.
Wait. It's Curtis Sliwa. Saliga.
Yeah.
Where'd you get...
Sliwa, let me tell you.
He's got no shot. He's got no shot.
Ideas.
I'll take Cuomo. He's a dirtbag, but he's not a communist.
Looking at the debacle Cuomo did with COVID.
Well, yeah, it's
nursing home.
There's three bad choices in New York, and if I had to pick one, I would take Cuomo.
Who they should vote for?
Who?
They should write in a candidate.
Who?
They should vote for Paul Pacelli's son.
Yes. All right. All right. No, he doesn't. No, he's too busy with his job. All right, Jose. I got no idea what's going on there today. I'm hearing voices. I'm hearing myself. He swore to me there were no nips being used today. I don't know. He said the nips are at night. Yeah. By the way, speaking of, you know what happens in these elections? There's always, a surprise in the presidential years. What do we get? Oh, it's an October surprise, right? Because they time something of opposition research that people are holding on to. And depending on what the polls say, they say, hey, if you're going to get rid of it or do it, release it in October, right? Well, they're trying, I guess out of desperation, there's one last valiant effort to save New York City. Now, again, let me say this. I want to be fair here. I hope in 2 or 4 years I can be on this radio station and say, you know what? Mamdani surprised me. He kept Jessica Tisch as the police commissioner. He wasn't the left-wing anti-Semitic nut that I think he is. Mr. Mayor, Your Honor, His Honor, I apologize. I don't think that's going to happen. And then there's this. This is in the New York Post today. Well, it's the New York Post. Yeah, because they're the only paper running this stuff. Zohran Mamdani, who is probably going to get elected mayor of New York, once made a vile pronouncement tying the NYPD with, here's a shock, The Israeli military, this guy is so patently anti-Semitic. It's mind-boggling. He tied the NYPD with the Israeli military. Somebody released this video today. Here's what he said. Now, the IDF is the Israeli Defense Forces. He said, quote, he said this back in 2023. So it's not like he said this in 2018 or 2019, right? He says this, quote, when he was, he said this in 2023 when he was an assemblyman from Queens. Quote, we have to make clear that when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's being laced by the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, the Israeli Army. This guy is such a, and now he'll smile at you. He'll say, no, that's not what I meant. Those are the worst kind of anti-Semites who think they can just squirm and say, oh, no, that's not. What I'm saying is, see, he's a purveyor of this, and these are the sleaziest kind. He's a purveyor of this. I'm not anti-Jewish. I'm anti-Israel. Okay, pal. Yeah. So he said back in 2023, this is a guy who wants to lead New York City. We have to make it clear that when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's been laced by the IDF. He hates the NYPD. He hates Israel. And my guess is he's an out-out anti-Semite. The comparison was made by Mamdani during a panel of the 2023 Democratic Socialists of America's National Convention. He was the keynote speaker there. Kalman Yeager, a fellow state assemblyman who represents the heavily Jewish 41st District in southern Brooklyn, says, quote, sometimes it's hard to tell if Zoran hates Jews more than he hates cops or hates cops more than he hates Jews. This is a guy who knows him, who served with him in the New York State Assembly. It's frightening. This, unless he completely shifts who he is, it's frightening that he is going to be, in all likelihood, the next mayor of the greatest city in the world.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes from Stanford going through Fairfield. Definitely some breaks along the way. The Parkway overall is easier. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes. Exit 11 going up to the bridge. And on 84 eastbound busy, but moving through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and tonight. There may be an isolated shower late with a low in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a shower later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
CT STEM Academy has been deepening students' knowledge of STEM concepts both in school and after school since 2011.
We are proud to say they are this month's Connoisseur Cares local charity.
Every month, we'll highlight and support one of Connecticut's great charitable organizations.
CT STEM Academy aims to provide an innovative enrichment program designed for students interested in deepening their knowledge of STEM concepts. Learn how to get your student involved at ctstemacademy.org.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And the funniest thing is yesterday, Mamdani, who, is trying to play the victim card now, saying his mother, and with all due respect and for full disclosure, I have a friend of mine who worked on a couple of films with his mother, and he said, my friend said his mother was very gracious, very nice, nothing against her. He had a wonderful time with her. But Mom Donnie saying, oh, my mother was terrified after 9/11.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Hurricane Melissa made landfall in southwestern Jamaica today as one of the most intense storms ever. Meteorologist Craig Allen.
Melissa was still intensifying right up through the very last minute. I really can't begin to stress just how extremely dangerous and life-threatening this situation is.
The storm had sustained winds of 185 miles per hour. Nesifor Mgende is with the Red Cross.
We need to make sure that we save as many lives as possible. We support as many people as possible to get out of harm's way, as well as to get immediate response and support immediately after that.
The hurricane is a slow mover. Meteorologist Andrew Kozak says that will at least give others a chance to prepare.
We're talking after Jamaica, eastern Cuba. We have Haiti that will be brushed from the western edge of this, or the eastern edge of this thing. And then we're talking about Bahamas. Now, the Bahamas are also something we're going to keep our eye on within the next 24 to 36 hours.
In the Middle East, the most serious challenge yet to President Trump's peace plan for Gaza. Israel is accusing Hamas of handing over the remains of a hostage who was actually recovered 2 years ago. Prime Minister Netanyahu has ordered strikes in Gaza. Reporter Frank Gardner.
Israel, its government says they've got evidence. They don't release what it is, but they have got evidence, they say, which has been shared with U.S. officials, that Hamas know where all the remaining hostages are. This foot-dragging, this delaying that is really upsetting people.
A federal judge has ordered a senior Border Patrol official to meet her each evening to detail the day's events after weeks of confrontations between immigration agents and the public in Chicago. Legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum.
Clearly, this federal judge does not trust ICE and Customs and Border Protection agents. The judge had issued a temporary injunction where the use of chemical weapons was an automatic violation, and she does not want to hear any excuses.
Day 28 of the government shutdown. The first day air traffic controllers are missing a paycheck. More than 2,000 flight delays, partly due to some calling in sick.
Our number one priority is safety, making sure that we don't have any incidents on our runways or in our skies.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy.
If we have issues, we will slow it down. We will stop it. And so I don't want anyone to think that it's not safe. It's just that you may not be traveling on the schedule that you anticipated because of this government shutdown.
A federal judge today indefinitely barred the administration from firing federal workers during the shutdown. On Wall Street today, stocks finished higher. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Oil investments involve a high degree of uncertainty and are only suitable for accredited investors. Actual results may vary.
Drill, baby, drill. President Trump has declared a national energy emergency and is making the U.S. oil industry a priority with support for our hardworking oil and gas industry. If you are an SEC-accredited investor and qualified to make at least a $100,000 investment, you can deduct nearly 100% of your investment for this tax year. Call 800-696-5531 now and connect directly to Encore Energy. Encore is a major investor and experienced horizontal well operator in its core area of operations. Don't wait. The clock is ticking and time is running out for this write-off for 2025. Call Encore Energy now at 800-696-5531 and find out how your investment will be tax deductible for 2025 with the potential for lucrative cash flow for years to come. Call 800-696-5531. That's 800-696-5531.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont announced that the state is providing Connecticut Food Share with $3 million to help address the expected loss of federal food assistance.
On Saturday, they stopped replenishing the SNAP cards, the EBT cards, and goes dark for almost 400,000 of our residents and residents across the country.
The funding for the SNAP program will end on Saturday if the federal government shutdown is not over. Around 360,000 Connecticut residents currently receive food benefits under SNAP, which is short for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Those state residents receive $72 million a month in SNAP benefits in total. Jason Jakubowski from Connecticut Food Share spoke about the wide-ranging impact of the loss of that funding.
This affects the entire state of Connecticut. Obviously, there aren't the same number of SNAP recipients in every single state, but there is poverty in every single corner of Connecticut. And I think that's something that's very important to remember.
And as Connecticut Food Share helps residents here in Connecticut, the Stamford nonprofit AmeriCares is preparing to help out overseas. With Hurricane Melissa rapidly gaining size and strength, AmeriCares is preparing to send a team to Jamaica to help with health care and rebuilding efforts. The hurricane was upgraded to a Category 5 storm on Monday, and Jamaica is expected to bear the brunt of the storm. In a statement on social media, AmeriCares said, quote, "We urge everyone in the affected areas to stay safe by remaining vigilant and staying informed about the latest weather updates." I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound, accident at exit 50. And right before the West Rock Tunnel has things backing up through Woodbridge southbound. You do have unlooking delays as well. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier. And Route 8 northbound, you're bunched up through Shelton heading up to the bridge. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliason and Tenor. Whether it's power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or a trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the law offices of Eliason and Tenor. Online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a shower late and a low in the low 40s. Partly sunny and cool on Wednesday with an isolated shower and a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And it's fantabulous to have you with us today and every day, Monday through Friday, 2 to 6 right here, WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online for all those streaming devices at voiceofct.com. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Before we go back to the phones and speak to a guest regarding the devastation that's happening with a Category 5 storm in Jamaica, Chris Williams standing by, taking a look at some of the answers to a question I posted today. Is America ready to elect an openly gay president? The reason I posted that is I got up this morning and I was looking for stuff. You know, as soon as I get up in the morning, I say, what's new today? And I noticed that our buddy Tom Dudchig had posted a survey from the University of New Hampshire, which right now, and I know it's 3 years out, but New Hampshire is an early bellwether. We know that. New Hampshire, South Carolina, Iowa, all that, as to what at least the parties are thinking. And Pete Buttigieg, with 19%, is leading a field of 18 candidates. Thankfully, none of them named Chris Murphy. Now watch, he'll be elected. The president would like to come on the show and chat with you. Okay. So I asked the question, in light of the strong early showing of Pete Buttigieg, openly gay, he was the transportation secretary during the Biden years, what do you think? I guess 8 or 9 countries either have or had openly gay leaders. Didn't seem to bother them. But in a country of 300 million people, what do you think? Are those attitudes now in the rear view mirror enough that it wouldn't affect former Secretary Buttigieg? And Chris has looked over the answers. Chris, what have you found for us?
I have no issues with his sexuality. It's his policies that get me scared. That is from Eric. Adrian said something similar. I don't care about his sexuality, but his policies are garbage. Carl said yes, but not for him. He doesn't have the experience. And Steve said a communist is the bigger issue.
All right. So there you go, folks. Those questions never go away. They're always there. So if you're really bored in the middle of the night, go to facebook.com/voice of CT and answer our questions. We leave them up there. Scroll down. You can laugh at my picture and a bunch of stuff. Before we talk about the brutal Hurricane Melissa there, Charles in Danbury is here. Charles, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. First, having somebody pretty close to me who's Jamaican,
yeah.
Still his family in Jamaica, hearts go out to them. It's, it sounds like a monster of a storm. So, hope not too many lives are lost. But wanted to just quickly mention about the whole, wanted to call in yesterday but couldn't make it, but the whole loss of the SNAP benefits.
Yeah.
I really think it doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter what political party you're from. Like, I just don't understand why they can't unlock that $6 billion to fund this. I just think it's quite frankly, to put it bluntly, I think it's evil that isn't being unlocked. And, just to express how far-reaching people need those benefits, I work in Darien, and I was shocked when I think it was, the CT Insider had an article about which towns, how many towns, people in each town.
Yeah.
And I could have, think Darien, New Canaan, there's not a, there's that's all rich. But I was shocked. There's 100 people in Darien who rely on SNAP benefits, and I'm like, wow, it doesn't matter where you are in the state.
Yep.
It's going to affect a lot of people. So kudos to Lamont for throwing in some money to the food banks, but I hope the federal government does the right thing and unlocks some of that money to fund this. It shouldn't be a political party thing. So
no. And Charles, thanks as always for the call. Yeah, 400,000 people in Connecticut, 42 million, I think, nationwide. And again, I kudos to John Fetterman here from Pennsylvania, who very distinctly said over the weekend, this is nuts, party over country. It's not that. I don't think the benefits and the tax subsidies for Obamacare aren't important. But even Mr. Fetterman, who has nowhere near the experience of Mr. Blumenthal and Mr. Murphy, is saying, open the government, put food in people's mouths, and we can argue about the other stuff.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. So the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
It sounds like
it goes
it's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Moto Works 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Moto Works 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Moto Works in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Moto Works.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilo Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilo Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
I am very excited. I already have a date on the calendar for K&J Tree Service to come back out to our house in November, because before the seasons change for the winter time, you want to make sure that your trees are in good shape and that your property is safe. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I've been working with K&J Tree Service for the last year. And not only do they do a free tree risk assessment for anybody without any obligation, right now they're offering a flash sale. Make sure you call them at 203-248-TREE or go to kjtreeservice.com to book an appointment. That's kjtreeservice.com.
Ciao from Gusto Trattoria in Milford. With brand new space, delicious food, and welcoming staff, it's a great time to enjoy Gusto Trattoria in Milford. Dine in and enjoy modern and classic Italian specials perfect for the season. For events at home, you'll love Gusto's extensive catering menu. And for special occasions, choose one of Gusto's private rooms with many catering options. It's all at Gusto Trattoria in Milford, located right off 95 at 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. 203-876-7464.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound, accident at exit 50. Right before the West Rock Tunnel has things backing up through Woodbridge. Southbound, you do have onlooking delays as well. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier. And Route 8 northbound, you're bunched up through Shelton, heading up to the bridge. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliasson and Tenor. Whether it's power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or a trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the law offices of Eliasson and Tenor online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and tonight. There may be an isolated shower late with a low in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a shower later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If it's happening in Fairfield County, Paul's talking about it with you. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Also, we look beyond Fairfield County. We chat with people who have connections to stuff happening around the rest of the country and around the world, keeping you in touch with those people. And joining us right now as we're giving you top and bottom of the hour updates on this Hurricane Melissa, which I saw some scientists saying could be quite possibly the strongest, most destructive hurricane to go into the books when it's all said and done since the beginning of recording this. Joining us right now is a native of Jamaica who I understand still has family there. She is also currently the dean of the Quinnipiac University School of Communications, Dr. Nadine Barnett Cosby. Dr. Cosby, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Paul. Thank you so much for having me.
What is the situation, Dr. Cosby, with your family and any connections you may still have on the island there? Have you been able to speak with them?
Well, most of the communication we've had on the island has been through my mother, who is actually living in Florida. She was able to speak with some family earlier this morning via WhatsApp. Since then, she hasn't really been able to make connection with anyone, but this was expected.
What is, I mean, Dr. Cosby, a lot of people kind of flippantly say, well, you know, they, not just Jamaica, but anytime this happens, right? Well, they live down there. You know, they should expect it. They deal with this all the time. No, that's not. I mean, this is a level of storm we're seeing here that even the seasoned weather people are trying to put in words.
Absolutely. I really appreciate you mentioning that. One, this storm is, like you said, we haven't seen anything like this. And there are real concerns about the infrastructure not being set up to sustain a Cat 5 storm. there are concerns about landslides, flooding, water pollution. What does the island look like after a storm like this passes? And it certainly isn't something that is the norm or that folks in Jamaica expect to deal with. And, my hope is that considering how little global emissions the Caribbean nations contribute to, it's unfortunate that they do bear the brunt of stronger storms that are a result of global greenhouse gas emissions. They're the most vulnerable, and I hope that there is empathy, but also resounding support for the island from across the world, but certainly from the United States in the efforts to rebuild. But also, there are going to be people that are completely displaced from their homes because of this storm, and I would hope that this is a humanitarian issue. I hope there will be some protection for those that maybe have family in the States or abroad and need to be temporarily displaced and could potentially stay with those families that they have abroad.
I saw a phrase being used on some of the all-news channels today, Dr. Cosby, and the phrase read something like total structural failure. I've been at this for 40-something years. I've never seen that phrase used before.
Yeah. Same here. A phrase like that, it's gut-wrenching. And what does life look like after that?
Yeah, and is there a fear, too, and by the way, the guest is the Dean of the School of Communications at Quinnipiac, Dr. Nadine Barnett Cosby, a native of Jamaica with family as well. Is there a fear, much the way we have here in the States, Dr. Cosby, of, people in Florida or the Carolinas or other parts say, well, yeah, I've been through these. I'm not going to move. Everything will be good. Any sense that there's a fear of that?
Oh, yeah, there's absolutely a fear of that. And I think it's less that, folks are feeling they've been through it and more of the fact that some folks simply don't have anywhere to go.
Yeah.
It's hard enough to prepare for something like this. You can't prepare for something like this. But, in terms of evacuating, it's easy to say that, but where does one go? You have your home and that's about it. Mm-hmm. So it's really unfortunate, but it's the reality for so many people. And I often see it after these natural disasters, the question of, why didn't they evacuate? And it's the reality for so many people that they simply just don't know where to go or have somewhere else to go and figure that they might fare better just shoring up their homes and trying to ride the storm out there.
And we're dealing, Dr. Cosby, with a nation like Jamaica, and there are others on the earth as well, that rely on tourism. And it's one thing to get the general populace back on their feet, which is going to be a monumental thing. But again, you have a nation that draws tourists to the beauty of Jamaica and what's happening to the hotels and the airports. And, for example, all the touristy things around Kingston. So it's going to be an incredible double whammy here.
Yes, that's absolutely right. That's a real concern as much as, everyone loves to travel to Jamaica for all of the reasons, right? And it absolutely is a country that thrives on tourism because of the beauty of the country itself. What happens when, beyond tourism, agriculture will be impacted, fishing will be impacted, there'll be a loss of crops, loss of boats, right, that are the livelihood for lots of people in Jamaica. So it really does become a question of where do they even begin to rebuild if this storm is as disastrous as predicted for the island?
And finally, Dr. Cosby, I've always marveled at people who live in places, maybe outside the U.S., Jamaica, Cuba, the Bahamas, whatever, and even in the areas of the U.S. that get hit by this stuff. I have openly said on my show, I could not live with that fear, no matter how beautiful somewhere is. And I still to this day marvel at people who can be in beautiful places on the earth like Jamaica, but there's always that little worry that, hey, this could flip in a day or two. I mean, God bless people who can live in areas like that, no matter how accessible and beautiful they are. You know, Mother Nature can get really angry sometimes.
Yeah, that's very true. The way I think about it is, I compare it to the folks that live in Florida.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's perfectly fine,
Yeah.
but then hurricane season comes along, and in most cases there are tropical storms, there are significant storms, or even hurricanes, but they're not disastrous. So, it's a matter of pros and cons. Most of the time, this is not a concern in the Caribbean. People are just living their daily lives. I guess in the same way that parts of the United States know that they're susceptible to earthquakes, but it's not something that's immediately on the radar in the day-to-day.
Yeah, well, Dr. Cosby, our sincere hope that any friends and family members and folks you know down in Jamaica make it through this okay. And please keep us up to date. The dean of the School of Communications, the Comm School at Quinnipiac University, and a native of Jamaica, Dr. Nadine Barnett Cosby. Dr. Cosby, thank you so much for sharing some feelings with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Nadine Barnett Cosby. There you go, man. I couldn't. Again, and she's right. Like, you live your life, but man. I hearken back to I think it was 3 or 4 years ago. There was in the Atlantic hurricane season, one of the hurricanes that slammed into parts of Florida. And my son's mom, my ex, had just been in Florida visiting some old friends at a stretch of land where over the years they had built 4 rental homes on a 4 or 5 acre stretch of land along coastal Florida. And they all had to evacuate because they were right on the bullseye of the storm. And here are 4 rental homes that they had developed into a pretty nice side business in Florida. You know, each home pulling in a few $1,000s a week, nice security for them. And within about 12 hours, those houses were completely gone, leaving 4 concrete foundations. So, yeah, bless people who want to live in those areas. And I don't know if I could, sit there and just wonder, what could happen and when.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound, accident at exit 50. Right before the West Rock Tunnel has things backing up through Woodbridge southbound. You do have unlooking delays as well. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, 45 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier. And Route 8 northbound, you're bunched up through Shelton heading up to the bridge. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliavson and Tenor. Whether it's power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or a trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the law offices of Eliavson and Tenor. Online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a shower late and a low in the low 40s. Partly sunny and cool on Wednesday with an isolated shower and a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top-quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff from Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, and I'd love for you to join me November 6th at UConn Stanford for the Reputation Made event. Discover how shifting news cycles, influencers, and the demand for authenticity are reshaping how brands brands and leaders earn attention today. You'll hear from inspiring business leaders like Stu Leonard Jr., meet one-on-one with state leaders, and connect with some of the brightest minds in our state. Get your tickets now at Connecticut-Made.com. Join us and be part of what gets made.
Get ready to tackle your hunger with Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food meets football. Catch the NFL games of the week every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast, because even your appetite deserves a touchdown.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. Powerful Hurricane Melissa has made landfall in Jamaica.
She's slow and she's wide. So all areas of the island are expected to feel some impact.
Esther Pennick of the Red Cross in Jamaica. Melissa is a Category 5 storm. Meteorologist Craig Allen.
The storm is coming ashore with 185-mile-per-hour winds. There have been gusts noted over 200 miles per hour. And just above the surface, more towards the top of the mountainous terrain, some gusts over 225 miles per hour.
Tourists like Wayne Todd are hunkered down in Negril.
They made sure to give us plenty of rations. We got plenty of water and food.
Meteorologist Andrew Kozak says they'll be hunkered down for hours because the storm is such a slow mover.
This is going to be a prolonged issue all day long for the western part of the island.
CBS News special report. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Bail remains at $2 million for a 20-year-old man accused of killing his mother in her New Canaan home. Sebastian Van Stockham is charged with murder in connection with the Gerdes Road killing of the woman who has been identified as Laura Williams.
Violent murder. The victim was found bludgeoned to death and sustained extreme trauma to her skull.
The victim was bludgeoned to death, and police say Van Stockham has confessed to the crime. He's due back in Danbury Superior Court on November 3rd. A charge of illegally disposing of a body has been added against a man accused, along with a woman, of killing her 11-year-old daughter. The body of Mimi Torres Garcia was found in a storage bin in New Britain that was allegedly dumped by Jonathan Abel Nanita. He and Carla Rosalie Garcia are accused of abusing and neglecting the child and causing her death last year. They are both charged with murder with special circumstances. A man charged with felony murder in the killing of a Stratford man in Ansonia is rejecting a plea offer. Prosecutors offered Vince Bravo a 35-year prison sentence in exchange for his guilty plea in the killing of 20-year-old Johnny Class. 2 other men are also charged in connection with the killing of Class, who was shot dead in April of 2022 while sitting in a vehicle on Hubble Avenue in Ansonia. Bravo remains in custody on $1.5 million bond. Stamford police have made an arrest in connection with the hit-and-run death of a child in August. Police say 41-year-old Juan Carlos Umana of Stamford struck the 12-year-old boy as he sat on a dirt bike on Cortland Avenue. Umana is charged with felony evading responsibility, misconduct with a motor vehicle, and evidence tampering. He turned himself in to police yesterday and was released on $200,000 bond. A young boy has injuries after a collision between his bicycle and a vehicle in Bridgeport. Police say the crash was reported yesterday on Broad Street near Linden Avenue. The boy was taken to the hospital for treatment of injuries that include a possible broken arm. The vehicle involved in the incident remained at the scene, and the driver is cooperating with the investigation. Westport police are charging an 18-year-old and 3 juveniles in connection with the recovery of a stolen car. 18-year-old Jermel Elmore of West Haven and 3 juveniles are all facing charges of larceny of a motor vehicle and conspiracy to commit larceny of a motor vehicle. Elmore is also facing additional charges, including illegal possession of a firearm. Westport police say a ghost gun was found in the glove box of a Toyota Scion that had been reported stolen out of Brantford Saturday. Officers said the 4 suspects cooperated when asked to exit the vehicle. Elmore was unable to post bail, and the 3 juveniles were released to the custody of their parents but will appear in juvenile court. Police responded to North Haven High School after receiving a report of a threat involving students. Police were called to the school yesterday morning and conducted an investigation before determining that the threat was not credible. Police are reminding all that comments made online and in person can lead to serious alarm and cause real consequences, even if meant as a joke. Another bear sighting was reported in the valley yesterday. The city of Derby has been notified that a large bear was sighted at approximately 4 p.m. at the corner of Selma Avenue and David Humphreys Road. City residents are being advised to keep an eye on children and small pets and to keep all trash receptacles secured. This follows a report of 2 black bears recently sighted in Easton. Senator Richard Blumenthal had some harsh words for the Trump administration in the wake of the recent demolition of the East Wing of the White House.
I think a lot of the nation was appalled to see the price tag jump from $200 million to $300 million, and it may keep going higher.
The executive mansion had previously been renovated by the late New Haven architect Douglas Orr. This most recent demolition was done in an effort to move forward with President Trump's plans to build a ballroom. Senator Blumenthal has expressed concern that the demolition was paid for by billionaires with a financial interest in the president.
Many of these corporations and billionaires have matters before the federal government. Comcast has a merger. Google, Lockheed Martin, Amazon have federal contracts. Others may have contracts or matters before the federal government in the future.
And a business icon was honored in a bridge dedication yesterday. David Bigelow, who passed in 2023, was a major figure in the Fairfield-based company Bigelow Tea, and the bridge located next to the company's offices on Brewster Street now carries his name. The dedication ceremony was attended by numerous state officials. Bigelow Tea CEO Cindy Bigelow spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about her father's impact on the community.
Well, I actually look out from my office and see this bridge every day. And to me, this really is going to reinforce this amazing connection that he had with our community.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported between exit 10 and 13. Stay to the right to get around it. 95 north, a solid hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. On the Wilbur Cross northbound side, accident remains. Exit 50 at the tunnel has things backed up to about Route 34. Southbound delays start in Hamden. 95 southbound, you are jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And then Kraus with WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening and tonight. There may be an isolated shower late with a low in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a shower later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've got the questions. Paul has the answers. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, great to have you with us here as we join yous guys, yuns, over there at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So again, we are 2 days into the week here, days 3, 4, and 5 coming up starting tomorrow, and still No resolution to this government shutdown business here, and I cannot. I hold out hope that we are not stupid enough, and I understand it's political jockeying. I understand that. And I understand that both sides are trying to dig in here, and I understand that, the Dems in the Senate, this is all the thing. This is, trust me, this is not Chuck Schumer. This is the further left wing of the party, shall we say. There's no way Schumer wants to do this. He ain't that dumb. And neither does Mr. Blumenthal want to. But having said all that, as they say, the fact that people may actually go hungry, which I just is mind-numbing to me. Mind-numbing to me. And I know we've heard, in fact, 5th District Congresswoman Jahana Hayes, she was on CNN last night, and she said, well, it goes beyond this, and we have to do that, whatever. The common person doesn't care. And this is where both sides lose focus sometimes. They're appealing to the base. They're appealing to the tribe, if you will. And the biggest thing sometimes politicians don't do is read the room. And yeah, the Democrats sticking to their guns and not reopening the government, that's going to play well with their big donors, and the Republicans sticking to their guns and saying, hey, we're going to do these Obamacare and Affordable Care Act tax subsidies in a separate bill. That sticks with, that's big money for their donors, from their donors too. But man, I can you tell this is bothering me? And look, a lot of times I come on here, and about 3/4 of this show, and we have a good time with it, and we laugh and we joke about it, is based on political stupidity. And maybe somebody does blink in the end, I don't know. But if they don't, I mean, what's Saturday morning going to look like when some people may not have anything on their SNAP cards? Maybe they're going to have a little balance left over. I don't know how it works. Can you carry a SNAP balance from month to month? I don't know. Can you? Having never been on that, I don't know. So in other words, if I don't use $100 from the SNAP or Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program cards, which used to be food stamps, does that carry over? I don't know. You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Rich with us on the phone. Rich, how are you, sir? What's up?
Paul, how you doing, my friend?
I'm all right, Rich. What do you got?
I haven't talked to you. I'm just listening to the news, and
yeah.
Blumenthal needs to really, granted what he said was true, but it's not the truth, because I was just looking online.
Yeah.
There's 37 donors for the East Wing.
Yeah.
For the $200 million, up to $300 million. Who cares if it costs $1 billion? It's all donated.
Yeah, his concern is, his concern is, hey, are these companies buying influence? All right, well, let's see.
Yeah, but you know what? They got the money. Send it in there. How much influence? I don't see it. It was like when I was mayor and I was raising money for the fireworks, Derby Show and fireworks. Yeah. The Democrats broke them off on me because I was raising money. Come on, man. It's for the people. Let them have it, man. It's ridiculous. But anyways, he mind his business. He should go in there, vote to open up the country, so we can have a dialogue going on there and getting our federal workers back to work.
Here's the thing, Rich, that this is good as far as the ballroom is concerned. I find it funny, as some people have said, Rich, that the so-called greatest country in the world, which I do believe we are, if there is a large official event at the White House, they have to hold it outside and on the lawn with tents because there's not enough room. Now, Rich, tents on the lawn is okay for an Italian baptism, all right, or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like
Absolutely.
And I understand that maybe the way Trump's going about it, but shouldn't the White House have a grand ballroom? I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's me,
Absolutely. And not to go back to Derby, but when I took it over to the office, it still had a primer paint in the mayor's office.
Nice.
The first thing I did, I painted it, and I got them broken off on me for paint.
Oh, you paint, Rich. How dare the mayor's office have a clean coat of paint in it? We don't want that.
Oh my God! It
All
just
right,
goes
Rich.
on and on and on. But take care, Paul.
All right,
Love
buddy. Yep. Thank you, former Derby Mayor Rich Zeke in there. Yeah. Now I know what people are going to say. Well, yeah, maybe that's a concern of the White House, but it should have been done the other way. And if you're wondering, well, why can't Trump just do it? Apparently, anytime there's anything done with a commission, with the White House, it was supposed to go through a commission. And they were supposed to take a look at who's paying for it. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Now, we'll come back here. I got to do some business. Eric in Fairfield, hang on. Believe it or not, and why wouldn't you? And I'm not making this up. There are already calls. You ready for this? And you Democrats out there, I love you, but listen, this is what we're down to. There are already calls for how a person feels about the Trump ballroom to be a litmus test for 2028. I kid you not. Not about Russia, not about China, not about the border. There's some people who say, hey, you're not going to get the Democratic nomination unless you promise to tear down the ballroom.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealestate.com.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Cadillac of Greenwich. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose mobile service, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at CadillacofGreenwich.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Even if you've tried before and were unsuccessful in getting rid of your timeshare, call today and see if we can help. We offer a complete 100% unconditional client satisfaction guarantee. Make this completely free call and learn how we can help you legally put an end to your timeshare nightmare once and for all. You have nothing to lose, so call right now to qualify and receive a free consultation.
Call 800-838-8614. 800-838-8614. That's 800-838-8614.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Another record-setting day on Wall Street for the second day in a row this week, with better-than-expected earnings coming from 87% of the companies that have reported their third-quarter results thus far, and an expected rate cut from the Federal Reserve tomorrow by a quarter point, all adding to the plus-side activity on Wall Street as the Dow tacked on another 161 points to 47,706. The S&P up 15 to 6890. It was above 6,900 for the first time ever earlier today, closed below that level, while the Nasdaq advanced 190 points to 23,827. Microsoft and Apple, both on an intraday basis, crossed the $4 trillion market value level, joining NVIDIA in that rarefied space. NVIDIA investing $1 billion in Nokia as well today. NVIDIA shares up 5%. 10-year note yield slipped to 3.97%. Dollar weakened a bit. Oil tumbled $1.38 to $59.93 a barrel. And money keeps coming out of gold. That safe haven trade being unwound, down more than $50 to $39.69 $1.69 the ounce.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported between exit 10 and 13. Stay to the right to get around it. 95 north, a solid hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. On the Wilbur Cross northbound side, accident remains. Exit 50 at the tunnel has things backed up to about Route 34. Southbound delays start in Hamden. 95 southbound, you are jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And then Kraus with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a shower late and a low in the low 40s. Partly sunny and cool on Wednesday with an isolated shower and a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
All the latest for your ride home. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
Hey, coming up next hour, our weekly check-in with our friend Megan Portfolio from the Hartford Portfolio and the Yankee Institute. You'd be surprised, or maybe you won't be surprised. Megan wants to talk about this week how much of Connecticut retirement pension money gets the hell out of the state. Before we go back to the phones, Eric and Bob, hang on. Eric Swalwell, California congressman, says... And now this is this is on all the big news sites. I know people out there saying, well, it's just on Fox or it's on Newsmax. No. This is The Hill. Eric Swalwell says Democrats must vow to destroy Trump's ballroom. Oh, my God. Hook, line, and sinker. Anything this guy does. Oh, my God. He said, quote, he put this on X. He said, quote, seriously, I'm not making this up. Don't even, hey, you Democrats out there, you progressives, listen, this is how nuts your party is. This is how crazy. You think the Republicans are nuts. Listen to this. Eric Swalwell, now, by the way, you remember him. He gained notoriety because he had Christine Fang. Look that up. He had a little Chinese guamada there on the side, and she may have been a security risk, Anyway, so Swalwell is not the most put-together guy. But having said that, he wrote on X, quote, don't even think of seeking the Democratic nomination for president unless you pledge to take a wrecking ball to the Trump ballroom on day one. Oh, my God. He got some well-deserved pushback for this twist and tweet, people are saying. And so he followed it up with a comment that should at least be renamed, or he said, at least rename it the Barack Obama Ballroom. God. You know what's going to happen? Seriously. It's going to be finished, and a bunch of the Washington bigwigs are going to walk into the ballroom. They're going to look around. They're going to say, yeah, it's pretty nice. Yeah, look at this thing. Wow. Now, and I think that's probably what's going to happen. I think that to appease the people in their party who want the thing bulldozed or wrecking ball, they're going to say, well, no, we'll call it the All President's Ballroom. And they'll put some pictures of, they'll run, a ceiling roundabout of pictures, and everything will be good. Nice. It's back to the phones. Bob in Weston. Bob, how are you, sir?
Hi, Paul. Paul, how about this? To get Mondani to denounce something. We take him to lunch.
Yeah.
We give him hummus.
Yeah.
And we give him some global entatata, or however you pronounce it.
Yeah.
5 times. The guy will not denounce it, and that's scary.
Yeah.
I mean, at least he should lie about that, and because it's calling for you know what it is.
Oh, the Intifada, yeah, and again,
sorry, I mispronounced.
No, it's fine, Bob. And the scary thing is, right? He had about 5 batting practice softballs on that from the media, and he sticks to his guns, and he, no pun intended, and he is going to not do that because he knows where his appeal is, especially, Bob, to the streak of anti-Semitism of a lot of young voters. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And, Paul, one other thing.
Yeah.
You talked earlier about a gay leader or whatever.
Yeah, I was wondering
I'm fine with that, Paul.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it as long as there's a little questionnaire.
Yeah.
Do you love this country?
Okay.
Do you want the best for the country?
Okay.
Are you willing to take half of your stock earnings and put it toward your constituents?
Or maybe you don't get any stock earnings in the 4 or 8 years. And Bob, thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
All the best.
Yeah. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. Yeah. Now, I know what people will say. Well, is it legal? Can you really make people not dabble in the stock market? Maybe they're getting that money for their kids or grandkids. I don't know. But, so Swalwell says either bulldoze the ballroom or name it the Barack Obama Ballroom or something like that. Whatever. They're going to use it like crazy. Or if a Democrat gets elected, they're going to dedicate the Veterans of Foreign Wars Ballroom. That's a good idea. You put up some plaques, whatever. But I'm telling you, they're going to walk in that ballroom. They're going to go, wow, look at this. Whew. How much does it hold, Mr. President? 900. Look, it holds 900 people, whatever. I mean, it's better than. Now, I understand he could have gone about it differently, but honestly, the White House holds like formal events on the lawn. I mean, what are we doing here? An Italian baptism? Jeez. Bill's on the phone in New Haven. Bill, what's up?
Hey, just vote Republican.
You got it.
November comes, all Republican.
That's it.
I like the redhead guy. You listen to the redhead guys at night?
The redhead guy at night.
No, the red eye.
Red Eye Radio. Yeah, they're good. Oh, yeah, the Red Eye Radio guys are great.
They're funny as hell.
They're hysterical. That's a great show.
Just vote Republican.
Yeah.
Hey, I still got no heat in this place. So
oh, come on. All right, Bill.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Yeah. I'm putting up with it. Whatever.
All right.
We got to shut the stove off,
No, be careful, Bill. Be careful with that stove.
I know. Wait for all the bed I shut up, believe me.
All right, Bill.
The Red Eye guys are funny.
Red Eye Radio. Gary and Eric.
Yeah, they're funny as hell.
Yeah, they're funny. Are they funnier? Are they funnier than I am? Because I'm not funny.
No, they just vote Republican.
All right.
Get them all out of there. Goodbye.
All right, Bill. Appreciate it, Bill. Thanks. Be careful, Bill, on that. See that? Bill's got his own political consultancy there. He's talking about Eric Hartley and Gary McNamara. What's Gary's last name? I forgot. Gary and Eric. Overnights, 1 to 5 right here. Check it out. Red Eye Radio and Bill's right. They are two funny guys.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported between exit 10 and 13. Stay to the right to get around it. 95 north, a solid hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. On the Wilbur Cross northbound side, accident remains. Exit 50 at the tunnel as things backed up to about Route 34. Southbound delays start in Hamden. 95 southbound, you are jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And then Kraus with WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening and tonight. There may be an isolated shower late with a low in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a shower later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Recently, 1 in 4 people surveyed by Bankrate.com say they're literally losing sleep because of worries that they might not have saved enough to retire. Pretty much adds up because the number one fear planning for retirement is running out of money. So if you're ready to get serious about planning for your future, you could start by listening to Mastering Your Wealth with host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 right here on WICC 600. Also get more details online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Snakes, zombies, sharks, heights, speaking in public. The list of fears is endless. But while you're clutching your blanket in the dark, wondering if that sound in the hall was actually a footstep, the real danger is in your hand, when you're behind the wheel. And while you might think a great white shark is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Thank you. Yes, please. Oh, I've got a couple of driving things. I'm glad we played that. I've got a couple of things I got to remember to bring these up right before we get on the road and get out of here later on. 2 reasons why in the past couple of days I say to myself, that's why we're getting more speed cameras.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Devastating Hurricane Melissa crashed ashore in southwestern Jamaica today.
This is definitely a storm that's going to be one for the record books.
Meteorologist Scott Padgett, the storm is now a powerful Category 4. The center of it is moving slowly off Jamaica's northern coast. Meteorologist Andrew Kozak.
This is going to continue to linger. I mean, this is a storm that you could walk quicker than it was actually moving, and that was the rule for the last couple of days.
Tourists in Jamaica are sheltering as best they can. This man from Phoenix.
Everybody's a little bit on edge. The waiting, the anxiety is probably the worst part of it. We're on the northern side of Jamaica in Ocho Rios, so we're still shielded by the mountains, but it's forecasted to hit us here. But many of us have not been through a hurricane before, let alone a hurricane of this magnitude.
Vice President J.D. Vance insisted today the Gaza peace plan is holding despite what he called skirmishes. The BBC's Frank Gardner with more on what led up to it.
Some excitement here in Israel that the next hostage was being handed over, they thought, from Hamas to the Red Cross and in turn to Israel. But forensic tests discovered very quickly that the remains that were being handed over actually belonged to somebody who the Israeli Defense Force had recovered already 2 years ago, who the family had buried. So the family are obviously extremely upset about this. Israel is furious.
And Israel launched airstrikes in Gaza. It also accused Hamas of attacking its troops. The government shutdown is on day 28, and air traffic controllers missed their first full paycheck today. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy.
We have the best air traffic controllers, the best trained, the smartest people in our airspace controlling it. That kind of work, that kind of dedication, that kind of expertise deserves a paycheck.
Jim Krasula reports on the fallout from food assistance being halted.
Democratic attorneys general and governors from 25 states and the District of Columbia have sued the Trump administration, seeking to force the continued funding of the SNAP program. The funding will be paused this weekend because of the federal government shutdown. The legal action contends the Trump administration is legally required to use a contingency fund to pay for the food assistance program. President Trump is refusing to do that.
Matt Piper reports power bills continue to surge.
A new report from Powerlines, a nonprofit focused on lowering utility bills, says rate hikes are expected to show up in electric bills of more than 124 million customers this year. Utility rate increase requests and approvals nearly double from a year ago.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished higher. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777 or biglou.com.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose Mobile Service Plus at Maritime, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at MaritimeChevy.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A man charged with felony murder in the killing of a Stratford man in Ansonia is rejecting a plea offer. Prosecutors offered Vince Bravo a 35-year prison sentence in exchange for his guilty plea in the killing of 20-year-old Johnny Class. 2 other men are also charged in connection with the killing of Class, who was shot dead in April of 2022 while sitting in a vehicle on Hubble Avenue in Ansonia. Bravo remains in custody on $1.5 million bond. Stanford police have made an arrest in connection with the hit-and-run death of a child in August. Police say 41-year-old Juan Carlos Umana of Stanford struck the 12-year-old boy as he sat on a dirt bike on Cortland Avenue. Umana is charged with felony evading responsibility, misconduct with a motor vehicle, and evidence tampering. He turned himself in to police yesterday and was released on $200,000 bond. And another bear sighting was reported in the valley yesterday. The city of Derby has been notified that a large bear was sighted at approximately 4 p.m. at the corner of Selma Avenue and David Humphreys Road. City residents are being advised to keep an eye on children and small pets and to keep all trash receptacles secured. This follows a report of 2 black bears recently sighted in Easton. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, now our Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way. The lower Merritt will save you some time now. 95 out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf, and you've got company northbound through Milford and West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton going up to the bridge. Wilbur Cross southbound, volume and Sunclair delays through Hamden going down to the tunnel. Traffic report powered by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Get ready for the fall season with Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, your one-stop shop for fall and Halloween needs, plus expert knife sharpening services. Call 203-374-1118 or visit kitchen-corner.com. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a shower late and a low in the low 40s. Partly sunny and cool on Wednesday with an isolated shower and a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, hey, how are you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. In case you missed it earlier today, the Democrats voted again. Not enough Democrats voted to reopen the government. So still, now things may change later on today, maybe tomorrow on Wednesday, maybe the day after tomorrow on Thursday. Hark, maybe Friday heading into Saturday. But at this point, it certainly looks like we're at a loggerhead here Both sides dug in, heels dug in, figuring that they're not going to budge here because both sides are trying to make a political point, which they have made. But maybe 400,000 people here in Connecticut and some 42 million people, 42 million people nationwide may not get their SNAP benefits. So, again, you had 3 Democrats earlier today, Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada, Angus King, who's an independent who caucuses with the Democrats, and John Fetterman, all voting to go along with the Republicans and reopen the government. The other Democrats voted no. Listen, I know this may be upsetting you if you don't like how I approach this stuff politically, but what can I tell you? So you tell me, are those 3 Democrats smarter than the rest of the Democratic caucus in the U.S. Senate, or is the Democratic caucus smarter than them? Now, I know there are always some breakaways from a unified caucus. I get it. But again, other than what I hear from Mr. Blumenthal and Mr. Murphy over the past few days, particularly Chris Murphy, I don't know, a recovering stroke victim, John Fetterman, is making more sense than Chris Murphy made over the weekend on CNN on State of the Union. John Fetterman said country over party, and the Republicans should say that too. John Fetterman said country over party, let's get the government reopened, and then he said that he understands that these tax subsidies for Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act, whatever you want to call it, those are important too, but people gotta eat. So, man, if this goes into Saturday, look out. Wow. Yikes. Who do you think is going to blink first? I posted, this was yesterday's question. Which side blinks first? Now, you know that both sides, I mean, they want to blink, but how do they do it so their base doesn't go crazy on them? How do Democrats do it so that the AOC crowd, the Bernie Sanders crowd, the Jasmine Crocodites out there, they don't go nuts? And how do Republicans do it so the conservative GOP members out there don't go crazy as well? Because neither side wants this. This is all to rally the base and to get fundraising. That's all it is. All right, speaking of funds and fundraising, we'll tell you coming up in just a few with our friend Megan Portfolio regarding what's happening with pension money that goes out of state. Before we go to Megan, let's go to the phones at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And also, you can text us, right? Same number, talk or text at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Again, we're with you Monday through Friday, 2 to 6. Write it down. Tell your friends. Tell the people you like. Tell the people you don't like. I'll listen to anybody. Joe in Fairfield is here. Hey, Joe, good afternoon. How are you?
Hello. I can just about hear you. I don't know if I have a bad reception.
How's that?
Can you hear me?
I can, Joe. You're loud and clear. Yeah.
Joseph. Yeah. But anyway, I'm in Fairfield. I'm an educator. I came over with my family in the 50s. I was a young child.
Yeah.
Legally, and we had to wait a long time. Now, the holdup in the lockdown is about $1.5 trillion. A lot of that will be wants to be for illegals to have health care. And I think that's just unjust. It's unfair that American citizens, let them become citizens in some way, if possible. That's the lockdown. That's basically what's holding it up.
Yeah.
That $1.5 trillion going to illegals for health care. And the Republicans are not holding it up. It's Democrats and Chuck Schumer to make a point because he's afraid of being voted out.
Yeah, and Joe, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah, you're right. Listen, you could reopen the government, as Joe said, and get the money flowing here. And like what a lot of Republicans are saying, when I say you want to have this brawl over, now the Democrats say, well, this money or these tax subsidies, they're not going to illegals per se. And the Republicans are saying, well, wait a minute, though. You want to change, and this is where we get really in the mud on this. And, Joe, thanks for the call again. But, again, there's some sort of a change of classification of asylum seekers that were first given one classification under the Biden White House, and it was changed, but that's due to expire. But, again, it is an absolute and unnecessary mess.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show. The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams. And Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes and Retirement event, November 6th and 13th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click BridgelightAdvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, president of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at BridgelightAdvisors.com. BridgelightAdvisors.com.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, an hour Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way. The lower Merritt will save you some time now. 95 out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf, and you've got company northbound through Milford and West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton going up to the bridge. Wilbur Cross southbound, volume and sun glare delays through Hamden going down to the tunnel. Traffic report powered by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Get ready for the fall season with Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, your one-stop shop for fall and Halloween needs, plus expert knife sharpening services. Call 203-374-1118 or visit kitchen-corner.com. I'm Nash Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening and tonight. There may be an isolated shower late with a low in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a shower later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Say what's on your mind and say it live. 203-333-WICC. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
And glad that you pick us. Thank you so much. We know you got like 8,000 things you could listen to at any one given time. So we try to make it a little fun here, a little seriousness, and just talk about what's in the news around the world and nationally and locally. And one of the great local folks we have on writes the Hartford Portfolio blog at the Yankee Institute. The one and only Megan Portfolio was here. Megan, how are you? Did you get any angry email from any unions this week or anybody like that? Or are they all nice to you?
No, because I wasn't like being mean to them. It wasn't like, trying to rain on their parade. It was just, I was spewing facts.
Okay.
Not drama.
Okay. All right. Now, before we talk about your current column, which people should read because I found it interesting, have you heard, because you're much more plugged into this stuff than I have you heard anything more about this housing bill that kind of doesn't, but really does, but may not, but kind of does exist? Is there anything leaking your way about this?
I've been hearing a bunch of different things. I actually have an article, I think, once my editor goes through and takes out all my snarky, funny lines. Hopefully he's not listening.
Believe me, having been a newspaper columnist at one time, I know exactly from what you're talking about. Yes.
Sometimes I have to leave a comment like, "Don't touch this line. It's funny."
Me too. I used to say, "Come on, really? Oh, you can't put that in there anyway." So you have something coming out on it. Excellent. Good.
Yeah, there was actually they had a conference last week, the Build for Connecticut or Build All for Connecticut, something like that, and there was a roundtable with our leadership. Liz Karanowitz was the moderator, and my takeaway on it was those in power right now really have no interest in negotiating, that they want what they want, and they're not going to put in a watered-down bill. I don't really know what that means. All I know is there's 100 pages floating around somewhere. Yeah. Supposedly 85% of that people, agree on, and then there's this 15%, but it doesn't appear that they have any interest in negotiating it. And the parts I think that they're talking about are parking, having to do with parking and having to do with that fair share allocation. And then I heard another rumor. Now, don't take this to the bank.
Okay.
But I heard.
You heard.
It's possibly going to be pushed out till December. But, don't send me mean emails if it is still in November. This is just like the scuttlebutt that I'm hearing from the Capitol.
Nice. I knew you would hear something. Okay, so now you want to tell us about how much pension money, for whatever reason, that we pay people here doesn't stay here. So what's up with that?
Yeah, apparently we have a new export in Connecticut, and that's pension checks. So 1 out of 4 pension dollars are literally sent to other states. So to put it in perspective, in 2024, we mailed out $2.7 billion in pension checks. A quarter of that was sent out of state. So that comes to roughly $675 million.
Okay.
So we're actually, helping out Main Street, but not in Connecticut. We're helping out Main Street out in Florida, which is obviously where most of the former state employees retire to.
Sure.
Not most of this cohort retires to Florida. I mean, they've got great weather. Well, if you like the humidity. Yeah. But great thing, they don't have income tax, which means there's no tax on their pension.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a no-brainer. So the irony is the system that the state employees unions have created, this $60 billion worth of debt, is making cost of living here too expensive, so they leave. And I don't blame them for leaving. I mean, I plan on leaving in 20 years. Well, I'm not a state employee, so I have to actually work till I'm 70.
Okay.
So in about 20 years, I'm picking up and moving out.
Yeah.
What about you? You gonna stay in Wally?
Oh no, I'm staying. I'm in Wally World. Oh yeah.
I mean, I want to stay. I'm hoping with my work at Yankee, we can kind of right the ship here.
Yeah. Yeah. So. And again, this you're right. It's sad because we create this system. We're dealt these cards. Tax money goes into this. And look, you're right. You can't force people to stay somewhere. This is not China. This is not Russia. And you're always going to have a percentage of people, right, that will leave because of weather, be closer to the grandkids or whatever. But it'd be interesting to see, Megan, all things being equal tax-wise, right? If people say, you know what, I'm going to stay. Yeah, I don't like the snow, but the other 3 seasons are great, so I'm going to stay here. It'd be interesting to see if we could develop a level playing field, which we won't, what would happen?
I think people would stay. I want to stay. I love Connecticut. I love our seasons.
Mm-hmm.
I love how we don't get hammered by hurricanes every other year. I mean, we do get them. We don't get hammered with tornadoes.
Yep.
We've got water. We don't have crazy wildfires. I love this state, and I want to stay. But it just comes down to dollars and cents. Can I afford to stay here? I mean, we still have property taxes. Why are our property taxes so high? It's because the state's bills are too high, and they can't funnel down the money down to us. They can't funnel down enough educational spending, money to the towns. They're always underfunding, the pilot program.
Mm-hmm.
They're always underfunding education. So because we have all this burden of the pensions and the health care to your dead obligation, there's nothing that can be done.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost as if they don't want to fix it because it can be fixed. I mean, we need to restructure our fixed costs, and that means we need to restructure the pension system.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, as of today, going forward, employees hired today, there's no more pension. We have a 401k type system like the rest of us have. And this health care to your dead for you and your family members. I mean, that's a great perk, but this is a Cadillac plan that we give them. Like if you went on to our exchange, the Connecticut Exchange for Healthcare, the same employees are literally getting the top of the top, which nobody gets because it's so unaffordable. I mean, there's things that we can do to make it so that the costs come down, our property taxes come down, and people will stay here. This is a great state.
And like, for example, you're right, get rid of those Cadillac benefits till you're dead, all right? Because you're going to be covered to some point by Medicare. So set up a system that basically makes it so anything Medicare doesn't cover, the state will cover, so you still end up paying nothing out of pocket. But if we say, well, wait a minute, we have a federal system now, let's just assist the federal system. Look, I'm no whiz at this. I think that would save us some money, I think.
Oh, absolutely. But the state employees unions, they don't want any of this. In fact, they want to increase taxes. They want with their tax the rich schemes. Well, what does that mean? Tax the rich? How rich? And when those rich people are like, well, it's cold up here. I'm going to go down where it's warmer. I'm going to go down to one of the Carolinas. They have seasons down there. My taxes will be lower. So then who's rich? Then now it's the upper middle class that are considered rich. It just never ends. It's like the state employee unions refuse to do anything that benefits the rest of us.
I have a dear friend who was in media and in marketing and ever, and she and her hubby packed up. They were in Glastonbury, had a decent sized home in Glastonbury, got a nice buck when they sold it. And she's now in, I want to say, Georgia or one of the Carolinas. And she told me as soon as they turn 66, and they only moved down there a couple of years ago, their property tax is like maxed out at like $600 a year. Or
it's ridiculous. And actually, if I hadn't got the job at Yankee, I was years ago, I was actually looking at Georgia. And when I was looking at the real estate, for what I could afford on one income, the homes were too big for me. They were literally too big, and the property taxes were in the hundreds. Not the tens of thousands.
Imagine that. All right. Folks, check it out. Again, it's probably something you've thought about, but go to yankeeinstitute.org. 1 in 4 state employee pension dollars now flies right out of Connecticut. Megan Portfolio, thank you. By the way, the big day, the big night on Friday, huh? Halloween.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. I was listening to your weather report and I was waiting for Friday because as of now it's supposed to be like in the high 50s in Middletown. and they didn't say Friday, so I got a little nervous. So I did a quick Google. And we're still good to go.
All right, 2 things. How's the dog?
Oh, he's great. He's getting a little haircut tomorrow.
Oh, okay. And how's the kid that thinks your decorations are too spooky?
Well, I thought it would be really funny to wear my Michael Myers mask out to get the mail the other day, and he happened to be outside, so he had come over, and he told me my mask wasn't scary, but he asked me not to put any more scary dolls on the front lawn. And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, kid. I just found a box of them. There's going to be more."
All right, I'm going to leave that right there. Have a happy Halloween, and we'll talk to you next week. Bye. Megan is really, really really into Halloween.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, now our Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way. The lower Merritt will save you some time now. 95 out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf, and you've got company northbound through Milford and West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton, going up to the bridge. Wilbur Cross, southbound volume and sun glare delays through Hamden, going down to the tunnel. Traffic report powered by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Get ready for the fall season with Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, your one-stop shop for fall and Halloween needs, plus expert knife sharpening services. Call 203-374-1118 or visit kitchen-corner.com. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a shower late and a low in the low 40s. Partly sunny and cool on Wednesday with an isolated shower and a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Hello, Fairfield County. You're invited to enjoy the R.D. Cinto Free Community Shakespeare Event Series at R.D. Cinto in Shelton. Nights with Shakespeare features a dramatic weekly play reading of The Winter's Tale with actor Leo Schaff. Nights with Shakespeare is free and open to the public. It's every Tuesday at 6:30, now through December 16th at the Cinto Auditorium at 3 Corporate Drive in Shelton. Learn more and attend. Go to nightswithshakespeare.com for more info.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. Hurricane Melissa made landfall in southwestern Jamaica today, one of the most intense ever. It's now a powerful Category 4 storm with winds down to 150 miles per hour. Meteorologist Scott Padgett.
Since it's such a slow mover, that's the problem that we're looking at with the intense winds. At one point, we were talking about winds gusting up to more than 200 miles per hour. Last check, that's one of the highest wind gusts ever recorded for a hurricane as well.
CBS's Rob Marciano.
We'll continue to see rainfall rates 3, 4, 5 inches an hour. So an additional 12 to 15 inches of rainfall is expected. So more in the way of flooding, especially in the mountainous areas.
Kingston Mayor Andrew Swaby.
My concern would have been some of the lowland areas where the housing start. Those are the ones that I'm a little bit worried about, and the infrastructure in general.
CBS News special report. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A charge of illegally disposing of a body has been added against a man accused along with a woman of killing her 11-year-old daughter. The body of Mimi Torres Garcia was found in a storage bin in New Britain that was allegedly dumped by Jonathan Abel Nanita. He and Carla Rosalie Garcia are accused of abusing and neglecting the child and causing her death last year. They are both charged with murder with special circumstances. Bail remains at $2 million for a 20-year-old man accused of killing his mother in her New Canaan home. Sebastian Van Stockham is charged with murder in connection with the Gerdes Road killing of the woman who has been identified as Laura Williams.
Violent murder. The victim was found bludgeoned to death and sustained extreme trauma to her skull.
The victim was bludgeoned to death, and police say Van Stockham has confessed to the crime. He's due back in Danbury Superior Court on November 3rd. Westport police are charging an 18-year-old and 3 juveniles in connection with the recovery of a stolen car. 18-year-old Jermel Elmore of West Haven and 3 juveniles are all facing charges of larceny of a motor vehicle and conspiracy to commit larceny of a motor vehicle. Elmore is also facing additional charges, including illegal possession of a firearm. Westport police say a ghost gun was found in the glove box of a Toyota Scion that had been reported stolen out of Brantford Saturday. Officers said the 4 suspects cooperated when asked to exit the vehicle. Elmore was unable to post bail, and the 3 juveniles were released to the custody of their parents, but will appear in juvenile court. Police responded to North Haven High School after receiving a report of a threat involving students. Police were called to the school yesterday morning and conducted an investigation before determining that the threat was not credible. Police are reminding all that comments made online and in person can lead to serious alarm and cause real consequences, even if meant as a joke. Senator Richard Blumenthal had some harsh words for the Trump administration in the wake of the recent demolition of the East Wing of the White House.
I think a lot of the nation was appalled to see the price tag jump from $200 million to $300 million, and it may keep going higher.
The executive mansion had previously been renovated by the late New Haven architect Douglas Orr. This most recent demolition was done in an effort to move forward with President Trump's plans to build a ballroom. Senator Blumenthal has expressed concern that the demolition was paid for by billionaires with a financial interest in the president.
Many of these corporations and billionaires have matters before the federal government. Comcast has a merger. Google, Lockheed Martin, Amazon have federal contracts. Others may have contracts or matters before the federal government in the future.
Governor Ned Lamont announced that the state is providing Connecticut Food Share with $3 million to help address the expected loss of federal food assistance.
On Saturday, they stopped replenishing the SNAP cards, the EBT cards, and goes dark for almost 400,000 of our residents and residents across the country.
The funding for the SNAP program will end on Saturday if the federal government shutdown is not over. Around 360,000 Connecticut residents currently receive food benefits under SNAP, which is short for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Those state residents receive $72 million a month in SNAP benefits in total. Jason Jakubowski from Connecticut Food Share spoke about the wide-ranging impact of the loss of that funding.
This affects the entire state of Connecticut. Obviously, there aren't the same number of SNAP recipients in every single state, but there is poverty in every single corner of Connecticut. And I think that's something that's very important to remember.
As Connecticut Food Share helps residents here in Connecticut, the Stamford nonprofit AmeriCares is preparing to help out overseas. With Hurricane Melissa rapidly gaining size and strength, AmeriCares is preparing to send a team to Jamaica to help with health care and rebuilding efforts. The hurricane was upgraded to a Category 5 storm on Monday, and Jamaica is expected to bear the brunt of the storm. In a statement on social media, AmeriCares said, quote, "We urge everyone in the affected areas to stay safe by remaining vigilant and staying informed about the latest weather updates." And a business icon was honored in a bridge dedication yesterday. David Bigelow, who passed in 2023, was a major figure in the Fairfield-based company Bigelow Tea, and the bridge located next to the company's offices on Brewster Street now carries his name. The dedication ceremony was attended by numerous state officials. Bigelow Tea CEO Cindy Bigelow spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about her father's impact on the community.
Well, I actually look out from my office and see this bridge every day, and to me, this really is going to reinforce this amazing connection that he had with our community.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. Lower Merritt is your best bet. On the 825 connector, southbound side accident reported near exit 1D. New Haven, 91 south, you're crawling exit 4 down through the merge and through Long Wharf into West Haven. And then Krause with WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening and tonight. There may be an isolated shower late with a low in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a shower later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You know, along with getting these red light cameras, speed cameras, stop sign cameras, and more cities and towns. And like I said, within 5 or 10 years, I think all Connecticut cities and towns will have them. You know, you're going to get more areas on the turnpike on 95 and 91, and more areas of people, that are going to get photo radar tickets as well. And I'm sitting there driving into work today, not sitting, but driving, or sitting while driving, or driving while sitting, whatever. I'm coming in today. I'm coming in yesterday. Two things happening. One on each day. And I'm saying to myself, and people don't realize, or maybe they don't want to realize or admit that this is why you're going to be getting more cameras too on 95, on 91, 84, or whatever. Because remember, it was like 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. It might have been, it might have been pre-COVID. I don't know. I got to pull it up. Where they set up cameras on I think it's the Mixmaster in Waterbury. On 95 in Norwalk between 16 and 17, down the hill and up the hill there, where there are just gobs of accidents. And I think a stretch out in Lyme or East Lyme or Old Saybrook. And they found thousands of people, thousands, in a relatively short amount of time, just blowing through these construction zones. And yesterday, I'm coming down. You know where I live, and I get on the road right around exit 14 on I-91. And about a mile from there, they've been doing, the DOT or a contractor, I'm not sure, they've been doing some right lane bridge maintenance, some guardrail maintenance. They're cutting back trees, which they do before the bad winter weather sets in or whatever. So the signs are up, right lane closed ahead. Okay. So thankfully, a lot of people move over to, what would you do? Here's a quiz. If it's a 3-lane road and the right lane is closed, what lane do you get out of? Gungadin, the right lane. So you move into the middle lane, which then becomes the slower of the 2 lanes, and you move over left. So because of the new crackdown on really slowing people down, thankfully, because people drive like a-holes out there, most of them, the vast majority of people do, I figure, let me get to the left lane. Let me give the construction crew as much of a berth as I can. Well, I did that yesterday and today in the same areas. And both times. Now, I wasn't doing grandma speed in the left lane here. I was doing, as we passed construction crews, equipment, state police with their lights on, pulled over on the side of the road for about 400 or 500 feet yesterday and today. Both days, I had real jackasses pulling up behind me. Now, I'm still doing, through a construction zone, I'm still doing about 65. Normally, I'm a 70, 75 mile an hour guy. All right, even a little higher if there's nobody around. I admit I speed. I probably shouldn't. But both days, yesterday, a jackass in an SUV, and today's jackass had a New York plate with a big black like Ford F-350 or F-450. And both days, both guys are lit. Folks, I kid you not, because I had the temerity and the gall to only go 65 through a construction zone. Both guys start flashing me and waving their arms like I just killed somebody. It's times like those, like the one I had this morning and the one yesterday. That's God sending me a little message saying, Paul, my son, yes, Lord, you don't need a concealed carry permit. You don't. It's only going to turn out bad. So again, I think starting after the first of the year, whenever this happens, yes, you're going to see news about more construction zones with temporary speed cameras set up, and a lot of you aren't going to be happy. You're going to bitch, moan, and complain. Why are they giving out tickets there? Well, they're giving out tickets because of people, maybe not you, maybe not me. They're giving out tickets because of people who for a half mile, a quarter mile, it's against their religion because they're sitting on their brains. It's against their religion to just slow down a little so construction workers don't get killed.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
This winter is shaping up to be a harsh, snowy season. So take control of the roads with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires for free services with your purchase of Bridgestone Blizzak tires. For the guaranteed best deal on Bridgestone Blizzak tires with the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. Lower Merritt is your best bet on the 825 connector. Southbound side accident reported near exit 1D. New Haven, 91 south, you're crawling exit 4 down through the merge and through Long Wharf into West Haven. And then Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clouding over with a shower late and a low in the low 40s. Partly sunny and cool on Wednesday with an isolated shower and a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sometimes a text is just easier. Text 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
You know, one guy that understands how the Trump White House works. And we talk about him a lot because he's one of the few guys in the media that sufficiently skewers both sides. And that's Bill Maher. You remember Bill Maher, a stand-up comic. He was on ABC for a while, Real Time, used to be on ABC years ago. And then I think he said something along the lines of, the 9/11 hijackers showed some real guts, which a lot of people would look at and say, well, I mean, yeah, in a twisted way, he's not lying. because you've got to be pretty twisted and have guts to do what you did to slam a plane into buildings and kill thousands of people, as twisted, evil, and demonic as it is. Well, you may remember Bill Maher was immediately booted off of ABC, but generally the same show has been on HBO for 20 years or so. I remember I interviewed Bill Maher. He was coming to the Oakdale in Wallingford, and I did a phone interview with him, I want to say in 2003, 2002, I think. And so I think it was right after he got the boot from ABC. We talked about that, and he said, listen, it was misunderstood what I said, whatever. So you're familiar with Bill Maher. Bill Maher is one of the best political analysts around. Really, he's developed to be, because he skewers both sides when they deserve it. He praises both sides when they deserve it. And he's probably one of the two or three clear-thinking, tradition now, before it got nuts here, where, the Free Palestine crowd took over. Gays for Palestine. Yeah, try being gay in Palestine. See what happens. Before they took over. So he had an interesting theory as to the strategy of Donald Trump. He said, listen, Trump operates, and this is one of the most interesting things I've heard about. Trump is a big believer in operating around the edges, meaning he'll say anything if it grabs him a few votes there and a few votes here and a few votes there. And he brought up a couple of things, and you'll see why I'm getting to this here. Kind of a circuitous route I'm going here at 10 of 6. But the caffeine is wearing off. No, seriously, he brought up, remember a couple of things that he did campaign on? No tax on tips. And I guess that's in effect, but there are some ways you have to do it or whatever. Anyway, no tax on tips. Who's that going to appeal to? Workers who get tips. And no tax on overtime. Who's that going to appeal to? Well, people like, me, at one of my other jobs, I tend to work some overtime. So he's doing that again. And again, it's now the people previously with the tips and the overtime. Wow, that's, with all the rules that people don't get, and they're just bloviating because they didn't come up with it first. You know what he's doing now? That I got to tell you, a lot of people, they may not admit it to their friends and family or their church friends or their synagogue friends or their mosque friends. You know what a whole lot of people like, including me? Count me in here. I'm looking at this headline today, a fresh headline, updated an hour ago on CNN. U.S. military strikes 4 boats in the Pacific, killing 14 in a ramp-up of a campaign against alleged drug trafficking. And you can see in this video, it's 2 boats side by side on a known drug trafficking route, exchanging sacks in the middle of the ocean. Gee, you think there's tuna in those sacks? No. Oh, Paul, they're just fishing. No, those aren't fishing trawlers. They're not fishing boats. In fact, the resolution on this video is so good, you can see them openly talking and tossing bags of what are probably drugs. I know we don't know for sure, but that goes on for about 5 or 10 seconds before both of those boats are vaporized. I love it. Well, these are extrajudicial killing. Well, I don't know. If you don't want us to do that, contact America. Say, hey, we know you've been hunting for drug runners on these lanes. And say, listen, we have boats out there, but here are the boats. Here are the identification numbers. Here's where they're going to be. Please don't blow these boats up, Mr. Trump, because these are fishermen, or these are fishing trawlers, and they're going to have special markings, or they'll have a special insignia on the bows, or give us the radio frequencies of your attack forces, and we'll have a special code. None of this is happening, at least that we know of, right? And again, back to Bill Maher's point here, there are a lot of people who either know somebody on drugs, a lot of people who know someone who lost a loved one to drugs, like I do, or like me, went to school with people who were, and I've worked with people who were hit by the scourge of drugs. Thankfully, they're okay today, but multiple arrests. So again, this is another thing where even if you have somebody that may not like Trump for how he talks, is that, yeah, a lot of people are going to say, yeah, but you know what? I like what he did on the border, and damn it, he's killing those drug smugglers, and good, because my cousin, my son's fiance, whatever. No, I don't do drugs, and this is not. So yeah, that's good. And there are going to be people saying we should have done this years ago. And I know there are going to be people saying, well, we're not sure, and why don't we just do what the Coast Guard does? And yeah, the Coast Guard still does drug interdictions, but these are in international waters. And here's the thing with all these companies that, countries, that send this stuff in to, become fentanyl and whatever. Well, why don't you get a contact with the White House and say, okay, we're going to stop. We're going to stop. But again, I heard that pose. You ready for this? This is the kind of leftist insanity that's still out there. I made the mistake of turning the volume up on CNN because I saw they were debating the drug hits at sea. And, of course, there was somebody there saying, well, none of this would happen if the market wasn't there. I mean, that's you get that with a straight face. So we shouldn't, so that justifies people that we know or we're pretty sure are running drugs to just, if the market wasn't, that's one thing that drives me freaking nuts. He's blowing up these boats good. I hope they do double and triple the numbers. Again, there are ways to contact us, to contact the Pentagon, to contact the White House and say, please do not blow up these boats. And maybe, in the end, the White House is going to be wrong on these, but I'm still waiting. And the other one, the other lame leftist progressive excuse about drugs, other than there's a market there, I actually heard this one on CNN too. Well, there are far more drugs that come in at this port and that port. Oh, okay. So because there are more drugs coming into these ports where we already have customs operations, I guess we should just let the ones at sea go in there. Because, hey, if some drugs get in, that's okay, as long as Trump doesn't blow them to smithereens.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. Lower Merritt is your best bet on the 825 connector. Southbound side accident reported near exit 1D. New Haven, 91 south, you're crawling exit 4 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf into West Haven. And then Krause with WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening and tonight. There may be an isolated shower late with a low in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a shower later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-50s. Rain on Thursday with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
I'm telling you, my progressive friends out there, you achieve nothing by worrying about legal protections for people who, according to our intelligence, now this is what the White House is saying, are trafficking in drugs. And if you look at these videos, what are they doing in the middle of the water? They're two boats side by side. Again, we know what fishing trawlers look like, right? And again, it's pretty, if you know the United States of America has some heavyweight military stuff in certain areas along routes that are, I guess, from what I read, known to be used by drug smugglers, I have a simple idea. Stay out of that water, right? Look, I'm no maritime expert here, but maybe you stay out of the water. Again, maybe you contact the U.S., you contact the Pentagon, you can contact the White House, you contact the U.S. Embassy and say, hey, we have some deep sea fishing going on here. Please don't blow us out of the water. So again, to Bill Maher's point here, Trump knows whether you love the guy or can't stand him, you think is Beelzebub and Satan. He understands operating at the edges with individual things that appeal to a lot of people.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Hurricane Melissa was one for the record books when it slammed ashore in southwestern Jamaica today. Sustained winds were at 185 miles per hour. The National Hurricane Center's Michael Brennan says it's exiting now.
The eye of Melissa has moved across Jamaica and is emerging off the north coast now about 15 miles east of Montego Bay, moving off to the north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. So for people in Jamaica, still very dangerous conditions across the island, a hurricane warning in effect, the potential for destructive winds and damaging winds likely to continue across Jamaica this evening, especially on the north coast, especially in the areas of high topography.
A storm is now impacting Cuba, where very heavy rainfall is expected. The Gaza ceasefire was tested again today when Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu ordered the army to carry out strikes in Gaza. Israel claimed Hamas fired on its forces in southern Gaza, but there was also anger over Hamas handing over body parts that Israel identified as the remains of a hostage recovered earlier in the war. Reporter Frank Gardner.
They're calling it a blatant deception by Hamas. They are livid with Hamas. They want there to be consequences. It's threatening the Trump ceasefire plan, I would say.
Day 28 of the government shutdown and a day close